seats if you haven't yet. Volume's okay? Temperature's okay? We a little cold? How are you all? How was it making it in here today? Pretty good. So welcome. This is the Berlin Freedom Talk. This is the last Freedom Talk of the 2025 God Tour, as far as we know. We had the Amsterdam Freedom Talk, the Non-Duality Clinic, which was kind of a one-off, and then we had the London Freedom Talk. Were any of you physically present at any of those? Okay. And how many of you saw them live, online, on live stream? Okay, like over 50%, I think. Amazing. So I've got a few announcements for you guys, and then we'll bring Bentinho on. So here's what the day will look like. We will start with about 2 hours of session with Bentinho. It probably won't be Q&A, but it might be. Sometimes he kind of goes rogue and does a spontaneous Q&A. So if he does, he might invite you to come up to the stage and come up via these steps here to my left, to your right. So don't attempt over here because we're going to redirect you over here. So if he does invite you on stage for the Q&A, use these steps to the left. Your right. After the 2-hour first segment, we're going to have a break for about 45 minutes. We'll ask you to be back about 5 minutes early. So then around 3:45 to 4, we'd like you guys to be back here for part 2, which is usually mostly Q&A. Please check now that your phones are silenced, including alarms. You can take your time to all make sure that we don't have any exciting surprises. And in general, let's try to limit disruptions. We are live streaming. Hello, live streamers. So let's try to limit our disruptions during the sessions. If you need to go to the restroom, please use the door you came in via registration. So don't try to go out one of the side doors if you have to use the restroom during the talk. Please go out via the door you came in. And the restrooms are all the way to the right and all the way to the left. So if you need to go out, you're going to do a little hike all the way down to the end of the hallway, either direction for the restrooms. Please don't speak without a mic. So if you do raise your hand and Bentinho calls on you and you're going to speak, wait until the mic arrives at you, and it's just so the live streamers can hear you, because if you shout from the crowd, the live streamers can't hear your question. So don't speak without a mic. And if you do get the mic, hold it nice and close to your face like this. So not like this. Hold it nice and close like this. If you need anything during the day, you can come up to anybody wearing one of these lanyards. This is all the teammates and the volunteers. And when Bentinho is finished, I'll come back on stage for an announcement, so please don't rush off once Bentinho finishes the first session, because I'm going to come back and tell you guys some more things. Okay, I hope you guys enjoy your Freedom Talk.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi. Okay, thank you. Would you please raise your hand if this is your first time to any sort of self-realization, enlightenment, God knowledge-based event or teaching? If you're completely new, you just saw a poster somewhere and okay, sweet. Thank you so much. Thanks for your curiosity also. So today will be a little bit different from the first two freedom talks. So I think for those who have been familiar with my work for a bit longer or have been familiar with similar teachings, this will make sense. But for those of you who are new here, maybe it will not make as much sense. And so just know that if you came here for a more intellectual dissemination theory, then I lovingly refer you to the recordings of the first Freedom Talk in Amsterdam. And today will be more of the nature of presence itself. I don't have much to say today, but I will be here, and if you have questions, I will most likely respond. And so today is not so much about teaching, it's more about unraveling, just to look together experientially what is real, what could this supposed God reality or God state be, and where is it hiding within your direct experience right now. So it will be most likely, things can change, but it will most likely be a slower paced, more present session. But your circuitry with me, meaning your sincere interests, and then your questions, for instance, will draw out certain answers. But the aspect of me that would normally teach using projection, charisma, the act of teaching essentially, is a little absent today. So I do apologize if that's what you came here for. But even if that's what you thought you came here for, it's not really what you came here for. So let's be in presence together today. And if you have a heartfelt question, please feel free to raise your hand. And usually that sparks, like I was saying, a circuitry. And the question demands an answer most of the time. So I will start by saying a few things that you can simply absorb in meditative fashion. Take a deep breath. and relax. You are perfect. Take a deep breath. And relax. You are whole. Take another deep breath. And you are what you seek. Before you even know you're breathing, you are there. And that is where you are what you seek. Before you even know that you are breathing. That which is closest, it's not even closest to you, it is you. The body might seem like it's close to you, might seem like it's close to who you are. But what is closer to you than even your body? And just look in your experience, because no theory is going to give you a recognition of the nature of reality or the nature of God. It can only be noticed by being as close to that which right now is looking through your eyes, that which right now is hearing my voice. And what's closer than your body? What's closer to you than even your body? Have a look. You can simply say, I am, to yourself. Say, I am. And notice how self-evident the fact that you are is. Nobody can deny that they exist, that they are. So there's some kind of you that's here. And what's the closest? What's the closest thing or experience or sensation that you can notice? What's the closest to this I am? Because even before you think of your body, before you have any thought about your body, you already know that you are. Sometimes the body is noticeable to you. Sometimes you forget about it completely and you don't notice that you have a body. But you still exist even then. Perhaps you're daydreaming and you forget about your body. But something knows the daydream. Something knows that you exist, even then and there. There's a power that's awake, that is clear. That knows your daydream, knows your thoughts, knows your body, and it knows the world. That principle or power is what God is. And that's not just a belief. It doesn't need beliefs. It is the self-evident nature of everything. If God is real, then it must be and what constitutes God? What defines God? What differentiates God from an apple or a tree or a weather phenomenon or some spiritual state of mind that comes and goes, or some meditative state that comes and goes, or some psychedelic state that comes and goes, or some thought of God that comes and goes, or some prayer to God that comes and goes. How is the reality of God different from the passing experiences and concepts that you hear about, that you can think about, that you can pray to? What differentiates God? What makes God God? One way God has often been defined is as all that is. That whatever God is, if God is real, he or she or it or whatever must govern, be the nature of literally everything. That's the definition of God that makes God a unique idea or reality. Because there's nothing else that governs everything or that is everything. An apple is an apple. A tree is a tree. Your prayer is a prayer. Your meditative state of mind is your meditative state of mind. None of these things are or govern all things. So if you wish to know God directly, which is your birthright, and it will free you from suffering, from delusion, from sleepiness, from unhappiness, from confused, misdirected seeking, craving, striving, searching, wanting, protecting, acquiring, possessing, fearing, rejecting, avoiding, replacing, fixing, even thinking. To know God directly will, with practice for most, free you from thinking. Now, maybe you don't think that that's what you want, but you'll be free from that thought too. The thought that thinks, this is what I want, and that is what I don't want, and this is what I must seek for and acquire and attain and possess, and this and that is in the way of that. Therefore, I have enemies, I have obstacles, I have deficiencies, I am unworthy, I am broken, I am false. God frees you from everything you can think about, including thoughts about God. God does not need a thought to be. God does not need a thought to know itself. So if God is that which governs or is everything, if that's the unique quality that belongs only to God's reality, to God's nature, then we must look for whatever matches that description. And where to look, but in the only place you know for sure exists. You. I am. That power which hears my voice today. That power which knows your thoughts at all times. Because if God is everything, then it must also be you, must it not? If God is real, and the ancient, timeless description that you've heard of God throughout the millennia, and maybe intuitively as an instinct as well, that God governs all things or is the source of all things, then that cannot leave yourself out. It cannot leave out that which you are. Even just logically, that would not make sense. It would not make sense for God to govern all things except for you. And often we think this is humility, to think that God governs all things except for us. We praise those who do not equate themselves to God. We praise those who say, "Oh God, I am not worthy of your love. I am a sinner. You govern all things, but I am the special, very, very special, unique outlier. In all of existence, I am the exception. You love my neighbor. You love my cat. You love my garden. But you do not love me. You are all things, except for I am. Except for me. sounds humble at first sight. But is it? Look for the idea within yourself, the feeling where you feel unworthy, where you feel small, where you think of yourself as a flawed little monster running around on planet Earth, being the most unworthy creature in existence. Everyone else is made by God, except for me. There's a little sense of me. God, the infinite creator of all things, forgot about me. But somehow I am here as well. That's arrogance, not humility. Because what you are effectively saying is that you are greater than God. Because if God creates all that is, but somehow you managed to sneak into His creation from a power outside of His, then that makes you more powerful than God. That makes no sense. Self-judgment, in that sense, makes no sense. Thinking of oneself as a little monster walking around this planet, unworthy, makes no sense. It is arrogance, not humility. Small-mindedness is arrogant. It directly opposes the nature of your Creator, your source, your essence. That power that sees through your eyes, that knows that you are, that gave rise to this experience you're having, is indeed all-encompassing. It is all-inclusive. And you are not other than all. It's all-inclusive. That means you too, you little monster. So as we started, when we breathed in and we relaxed, I said, you are perfect. We breathed in again. We relaxed, and I said, you are whole. And I forgot what I said third. But it was probably true as well. So you are. And this I am is ever present. Before you breathe, you are. While you breathe, you are. After you breathe, you are. Not the words, I am. But that which exists, even before you say to yourself, even before you notice, I am. When you forget all about your existence, just an ordinary, quasi-conscious, mindless moment, grocery shopping, keyboard warrioring online, letting everybody know about your political views on Twitter or X, or any other circumstance where you forget that you exist and you're completely lost in your train of reaction to reaction to reaction to reaction to reaction. And there's no awareness of God. There's no awareness of the mystery of being. There's no awareness of awareness. There's no noticing that I exist. In other words, those daily moments of forgetfulness, where you forget yourself. Now, you might think that you're thinking about yourself, protecting yourself, defending yourself, getting yourself somewhere, but that's not yourself. That's just reaction to reaction to reaction to reaction. Yourself is existence. It exists. And you notice this when you have a short moment of clarity, of homecoming, where your attention returns to the isness that never left you, the beingness that is here. When you're aware of the fact that you are, just aware of the fact that you exist, just aware of the fact that you're aware of my voice, just that. It's a moment, it's a micro moment of homecoming, of enlightenment, of God knowledge. You are beginning to scratch the surface of God consciousness. Simply by noticing that isness that did not come from outside of Source. It did not come from outside of God. It did not sneak its way into God's creation. It is God's creation. You are God's creation. And in the final analysis, God and its creation are not separate. Thus, you are what God is. Literally. Not like a nice concept. Literally, you are God. Now, you can either think this, you can go around town thinking, I am God, but they'll come and arrest you before the sun sets. Or you can keep your mouth shut, even keep your mind shut, and just know that what I am, what you are, is one with the nature of infinity, of Source, of God. As the saying goes, be still and know I am God. So during those unconscious moments, those seemingly unconscious moments, where you forget yourself, and you're in the cycle of reaction to reaction to reaction, even then, God's looking through your eyes. Even then, this awareness, this intelligence, knows that it exists. You are distracted. Picture that in your mind. You are distracted. It says you are. When you are suffering about something that makes no sense, but you really believe it in that moment, then you are suffering. That last part you can take or leave. You can believe in or not believe in. But the you are part is very much there, is it not? Are you not when you are suffering? When you are suffering, you are suffering. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a problem with it if you are was not there. When you are distracted, when you are erratic, when you feel chaotic, when you feel like you're searching for happiness, for freedom, in all the wrong places, you are. And this you are is God. Because God governs all things, includes all things, is all things, and you cannot deny that you exist. Therefore, this you is God. What happens on the screen of your consciousness, on the screen of your mind, within your imagination, all of this is happening within a power that is like the power of imagination. In fact, nothing exists outside of it. Everything is imagination. Even this chair you're sitting on, it's imagined. You don't have to understand this. You don't have to believe it. But it's true. So you are. Something in you exists. This is undeniable. And then, in addition to this, or on top of this, there is whatever appears. Call it imagination, call it the world, call it reality, call it fate, whatever you want to call this movie of yours, this experience, this live stream. That's always live streaming. The sequence of shifting phenomena. This movie, it's like a movie, no? Have you never felt like you're just watching your life unfold in front of your eyes like a movie? And it can feel a little bit scary or out of control, but it's also strangely peaceful. But there's a bit of a distance almost between you are and the phenomena in your life, the appearances of your life. Have you had that before? Where you're like, this is strange. What is this? Why am I experiencing things? How is this possible? Feels like a movie. Feels like a dream. All the while, God's present, vividly present, freely present, as you are. You are doesn't have any form. That's why it's so easy to miss. It's so easy to forget. And it's so easy to think that it has no value for your movie. But you'd be wrong. I am that in you which hears my voice, that principle in you which knows that your body is sitting on this chair, that in you which knows everything you've ever known, every frame of your movie projection, of your life experience, is known by a power. This power does not have a form of its own, like an apple does, or a tree does, or even a psychedelic experience does. Even that has a form of its own. You can describe it. Your spiritual experiences, even your awakening sensations, experiences, are describable. They have a form. God, you are, is right now hiding in plain sight because it does not have a form of its own. Your body has a form. Even your mind has a subtle form. Your unconscious mind, the origin of the ideas that produce your life, your experience, your core perspectives, are even subtler forms. But the I am, which exists before all of it, the power of God as you, in you, right now, hearing my voice, what form does it have? What form can you attribute? To I am. You know that it is there. You know that God exists. You know that you are aware that there's a power, a great power of I am and I know. You know this is here, it's obvious. Nobody can deny their I am nature, their aware nature. But what shape does it have? Can you find a sensation, a belief, a thought that contains awareness, that captures awareness in a bottle and turns it into that thing? The sensation of your body is happening to awareness. Awareness is not happening inside of your body. So the sensation of the body cannot capture awareness, which equals I am. The I am is intrinsically aware. And it is that principle that watches your entire movie, that knows your entire movie equally. Can you recognize your aware existence right now without needing to turn it into anything, without needing to give it label or shape? Can you just rest, just relax your attention in this awareness that you are aware, that you exist? Can you rest in being, undistracted by your own thoughts for just a few seconds at a time? Good. In that is stability. By doing this, you unlock a clarity that does not leave you. With enough repetition, doesn't have to be long 3-hour meditations. It can just be 2 to 5 seconds, a few times an hour, for the next few months, where you stop thinking about your movie. It's like in the middle of a movie, the hottest scene of the movie. You rip yourself apart from the screen, and you notice that you're sitting in the theater watching a movie. It's like that. It feels abrupt because you're addicted You're addicted. You are addicted to believing, and this is your bondage, that your next experience has something in store for you. If you relax that idea, if you interrupt your inner addict for just 2 to 5 seconds, and you look back onto yourself, back onto I am, then you have interrupted the cycle of reaction and reaction and reaction and reaction to reaction to reaction, the cycle of forgetfulness, the cycle of pain and sorrow and false promise. The cycle of the addict, you have interrupted it. And a necklace becomes useless. It might have many beads on it, but it becomes useless the moment that you sever the cord. All the beads will fall to the ground, and you can no longer wear it like a chain around your neck, like a shackle around your neck. Two to 5 seconds of complete presence, aware of I am, at the expense of all your temptations to describe, to define, to engage, to entertain your next experience. It is a short moment of detachment from your movie where your attention can rest in this ever-present space-like basis of God. That which holds this entire room within its embrace as we speak. That awareness which knows this entire room right now. You can access this awareness. Nothing within the room affects the room itself, the space of the room. Just like nothing in your movie affects I am. Now don't worry, it will animate you, it will inspire you in this or that direction. I am not a good example of what this will be like for you, at least not right now. So don't worry, you will not speak as slowly as I do. You will not be as desireless as I am. Unless you want to. And I want to, so to speak. Or you could say, I have exhausted all desires, which ultimately is in store for you. But up to you, whenever. You don't have to battle with what you desire and what inspires you. You don't have to fight this. This has its natural curve, and there's nothing wrong about it. It is part of the natural journey of learning, expressing, manifesting, learning again, expressing, refining, and all that. This dream, this movie, is the way to get to know yourself and to express what you are, and then to know what you are because you've expressed it. So you can see yourself like a mirror full of symbols. This life is like a mirror full of symbols. Everything from this floor to my speech, to your next challenging moment, to your next liberating moment, it is all a mirror filled with symbols. It's symbolizing the formless reality of your consciousness. So I'm not selling you the end of desires. I'm not really selling you anything because it's free. And I'm not selling you anything, even if it would cost money to be here. I'm simply sharing what is. And you can align to what is as much as you like. This is the gift of your free will. You do not have to always be aware of I am if you don't want to be. But at least notice that when you do notice that you are, when you take just 2 to 5 seconds out of your live stream, you just pause the live stream. Don't worry, it's still streaming. You pause your engagement, your addiction, to form, to labels, to stories, to what this emotion means about that person that holds promise for you next year, to how delicious it will be to go play or dance or do a meditation. Like, let all of that go. Even your meditations are complete illusions. That you are addicted to, that you entertain. This instruction is radically simple and self-loving. Because even when you decide to go meditate, what do? You beat yourself up. That's why you go meditate. There's I think it's a Dzogchen master, a woman, if I'm not mistaken, or some tantric master woman, that said, do not meditate, do not meditate, do not meditate. You see, you are. Where are you going to go in your meditation? The ultimate realization of all meditation streams, unless they've been created in the West, then they can lead you to whatever that teacher leads you to. But all authentic meditative streams of consciousness, of wisdom teachings, lead you to the freedom that's here, right now. Lead you to the reality of God, the awareness of God, your contact point with infinity, absolute perfection, absolute completion, absolute liberation. It's why you desire whatever you desire. Now, don't let go of your desires. Please do not let go of your desires. You don't have to. It's part of the movie. It's not part of you already. The movie can desire what it desires. It can meditate on what it desires. It can contemplate on what it desires. It can go out, use the physical body, take action on what it desires. None of that affects you already. Do as you wish in the movie. Let it be natural, let it be inspired, let it be passion-based, excitement-based to the best of your ability. Just don't worry about it. Don't try to control it towards enlightenment, towards God, or towards what you think you want. Just let it be as it plays out. Just add this additional dimension. I'm not taking anything away from you. I'm adding a dimension of happiness, of stability, of joy, of timelessness, of causeless happiness. Happiness without a cause. Joy, peace without a cause. Independence. You know, we all want to be independent women these days. Except if you're a man, I suppose. Although even those lines have been blurred recently, I've heard. So we want to be independent. So then be fucking independent from your own bullshit. Your own next thought. Can you be independent from your cravings, your addictions, your stories, your ideas that you are flawed, that you need to get somewhere, that you need to express yourself in this or that way in order to be what you are, find what you are, be worthy of what you are? If you want to be independent from yourself. Start there. Leave other people be. That is independence. It's where your freedom, your state of knowing yourself, your consciousness exists independent from whatever appears in your live stream. Where the I am is able to know itself like space, like a potent space of infinite potential that doesn't need to be expressed, nor does it need to be repressed. It does what it does. It is free as it is. Do not meditate. Do not meditate. Do not meditate. Because the moment you decide to go meditate, you've missed the truth. You've missed your freedom. You've again collapsed it into a form. You think it must feel different than I feel. The movie must feel different than it feels right now before I can know God or be free or be happy or know myself. It's not true. It's not true. Any movie can be paused. Any movie can be paused. You can be the most perverted, secretive, manipulative asshole on this planet. And you can pause your interaction with that movie and know God. Equally as much as the Buddhist monk in his monastery in Tibet, who has been spending the last 40 years sorting out his thoughts to only compassionate ones. So his movie has become a very transparent, compassionate movie. But if the asshole pauses their movie to recognize that they are, and the peaceful, ever-loving Buddhist monk does not pause his movie to know the truth, the asshole is more enlightened in that moment than the monk. Do you get what I'm saying? Thank you. This is important to know. This is important to know. You are redeemed. I hereby redeem you completely from all your sins. You are free. This is the truth. It's not up to me as a person. I'm just letting you know how it is before you can think anything about what is. You are free. You are perfect. You are whole. Nothing in your life needs to change for you to know this freedom. Your freedom has nothing to do with your movie, and it will never have anything to do with your movie. That's why this master said, do not meditate, do not meditate, do not meditate. I've met many monks, I've met many spiritual teachers, I've met many meditators. Very few of them are awake to their freedom, because even though they've been meditating for decades, they've been going to these sessions for decades, but if at the core of their belief system there is still the delusion that freedom has a form of its own that needs to be created or attained, that it's not always already here, which is the same arrogance as saying, God right now does not govern this moment. He's taken a little holiday, and he's left everything to their own devices, except there are no own devices. If God governs all that is, then all that is depends on God. Your movie depends on God. God exists independent of all things. Which was an act of mercy, as Blake said. So you see, break this idea. You don't have to stop being an addict in your movie. You don't have to stop being a pervert. You don't. Be perverted. Have these deep, dark fantasies if you want. Or if you don't want, and it's still there, it sucks, but whatever, so be it. Let it be. If you're addicted, thinking you don't want to be addicted, it sucks. So, I don't care. Let your perversion, your addiction, your insufficiency, your imperfection be. Let it be. Stop believing anything about it. Remember, you're watching a movie. You're not inside of the movie. You're watching it. There's a deeper I amness prior to it. Just pause your movie. Don't stop being addicted. Don't stop being a pervert. Don't stop being strategizing, manipulative. Don't stop that. Just stop watching the movie for 2 to 5 seconds and see what you can find. See what remains. What remains is a freedom that has no form, that's always been with you, will always be with you, that does not depend on your movie, how it's going to go, how it turns out, what happened before. And there's nothing you can do to redeem yourself inside the movie. The movie is the movie. It's got nothing to do with what you are, except as a symbol, a symbolic reflection that helps you learn and awaken. But your nature is perfect as you are, because you are God, and God is timeless, and God is all things and beyond all things at the same time. And I am is that nature. The more you realize this, the more you free this idea from your mind that freedom has something to do with how you feel, what you think, what you have, what your experience looks like. The moment you let that go, you are free. You will begin to naturally elevate, become illuminated from the inside out, because God's nature is already self-luminous. Your thoughts don't matter. It doesn't matter what you think. So why care? Why not rest? Give yourself a break. Let the thriller be the thriller. Let the comedy be the comedy. Let the sci-fi action be the sci-fi action. Why not just take a break? Right here, right now. From your next thought. Yeah, that one. Oh, too late. You have another opportunity. See if you can stay present before the next thought arises. See if you can maintain awareness of yourself being aware before the next thought arises. And then when it arises, let it be. But just notice that you are still before the thought. The thought comes to you, and it disappears to you. So how could anything you think make a difference to what you are? To this free nature, this space-like existence. So relax, rejoice, be happy for no good reason. Be happy for no good reason. Give yourself permission to stop believing that your life makes a difference to your freedom. It does not. Are you in a horrible relationship dynamic right now? Great. Super happy for you. Or maybe your partner left you recently? Beautiful. Perfect. Literally makes no difference whatsoever to your freedom. Recently acquired something you've always desired? Great. Super stoked for you. Psyched. That's rad. It doesn't matter one bit to what's already free. Recently acquired something you've always desired and now you're afraid to lose it? Great. Beautiful. So what? Don't feel good today? Feel hormonal? Period cramps? Uncontrollable craving for chocolate? So what? Who cares? Why do you give a fuck? Why do you care? Why? It's a literal question. Because if you can find out why you care, you can see through the need to continue that belief. And then it's like your true awareness awakens. It releases from this spellbound state of constantly, unconsciously wanting the next moment to get better and your feeling state to change. It doesn't matter how you feel. God does not waver, does not blink at trauma or ecstasy. It is free, infinitely at peace, at depth, endless depth, all the time. So there's nothing you can do about your movie that would make this any more true, real, or free. All you can do or not do is recognize this freedom or forget this freedom and continue spellbound, fascinated, addicted living. Which is different than your form appearing addictive within the movie. I'm saying that's fine. Just don't be addicted to that movie of the addict. You see? It's a meta detachment. It's not a change within your experience. It's not trying to become detached from your thoughts. Then you've already missed it. Do not meditate. Do not meditate. Do not meditate. Recognize what exists already. This source. Before your next idea, your next engagement in your movie. Learn to let it all be as it is. You don't have to change your desires. If you still want that castle in the sky or that perfect relationship or that quadrupled bank account, doesn't matter. You can want that. You can observe the sensation of wanting what the addict is wanting. You do not need to repress that. Do not change. Do not change. Do not change. 1 iota about your experience right now. And in that truth, in that pure nakedness, because you're naked, this is the most vulnerable state possible. That's why it scares people. But it's simultaneously the most indestructible. In complete vulnerability, meaning don't change anything about anything for 2 to 5 seconds. That's a moment of complete soul nakedness. Your soul is bare. It's not cloaked with the mind. It's not shielded with strategy and attempts and chasing for a split second. And it just has to be a second or two. You disengage from all change. It's like holding your breath in a way, except it's more natural. Like, just for 2 seconds. Do not try to change anything about your experience as it is. And then there's no way for consciousness to go but up or in or to truth. When you, for 2 to 5 seconds, create this window, you cut through the chain, the necklace. You pause. You completely don't change anything. You don't go anywhere. You don't protect anything. You don't have a preference about anything. For just 2 to 5 seconds. The power that is you, which has always been invested in this movie, when you turn off a movie, suddenly you're in cinema, and in the heat of the moment, the electricity fails, the movie stops. Boom. What happens? Naturally, you don't do this. You remember you're sitting in a chair. You were watching the movie. Awakening. And you might be bothered by it because you want to finish the movie. That's the addiction to change. Fine, let it be. It doesn't change your nature. You are free to walk out of the cinema. You're free to stay in the cinema. You're free to watch the same movie on repeat, as many of us do. You're free for all of it. It doesn't matter to freedom. If it mattered to freedom, freedom wouldn't be free, you see. If it mattered to freedom, whether you're wearing mala beads around your neck or a big, fat, heavy gold chain in the hood, it wouldn't be freedom. If freedom is only pure, it's only true, is only for you, if you meet certain conditions in how you appear, what you eat, what you think, what you do and don't do, it's not freedom. It's not God, because God is freedom. What is God? Complete and utter freedom. Freedom so free, you can't imagine it. Freedom so free, you're trying to look for it in some kind of a state of consciousness. But it's already here before that. Equally so. It knows no time because it's free of time. It's the creator of time. How can the creator of time be time-bound? How can the creator of your life be life-bound? How can the creator of space be space-bound? How can the creator of all states of consciousness be states of consciousness-bound? You see, freedom is ungraspable. If it could be grasped, if it could be put in a little pot, a little teacup, a little container, and put on your spiritual Buddhist monk mantle for you to show off your enlightenment and your purity to all the addicts in the casino, it wouldn't be God. It wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be source. Source is equally here, belongs to all beings. All beings are God, as much as any other being ever in all of existence. You flawed little monster, you addicted little pervert, you. Your well-intentioned, well-behaved neighbor, you. Your loving spiritual activist, you. God does not care about your little magic show. You're trying to deceive freedom into coming to you. Look, I am pure. Look, I'm a good person. Look, I wear robes. I have a long beard, and I don't smoke cigars. Please, belong to me. I've earned you. God, freedom, purity, enlightenment. I've changed and contorted myself. I've done yoga 2 hours every day for the last 20 years. And another 45 minutes of breath work on top of that, every other day. I've noticed my thoughts. I've let go of all my negative thoughts. I've stopped all lies. Where are you, freedom? Why are you still not here? You're free now. Fuck your mind. Fuck it. Fuck it. Stop it. Fuck it. Fuck it. So what? Who cares what you think? Why do you care what you think? You shouldn't care what you think. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're free. You're free. You're absolutely free. Redeemed. Liberated. Loved. Worthy. Perfect. Whole. You're never going to be more whole than you are as you are. There's no today, there's no yesterday, there's no tomorrow. Those are constructs of the mind appearing in empty space. God's empty space, filled with love. Empty space filled with love, filled with oneness. And it's there right now before you take your next breath, before you have your next thought, before you do your next yoga pose. Do not associate freedom with your yoga pose. Please, don't damage yourself like that. Don't hurt yourself like that. Don't harm yourself like that. That belief of deficiency, of conditions, is harmful. To the movie, at least. Doesn't change the I am still. But it hurts. It contracts. It blinds. Let's take a few minutes just to be with this knowledge that you're already free. Don't try anything. You're just chilling. Just chilling hard or soft, whatever you prefer. But just chill. Just chill the fuck out of your life. Just rest in freedom now, just for a couple minutes. And then I'll take some questions. But for now, you don't need any questions. Just chill. Do not meditate. something deep within you knows you're already free. So I'm not telling you anything really new. I'm just reminding you. Go to that place that knows this deeply and let conviction dawn, rise naturally. So when you're chilling, all you're doing is you're not engaging in the feeling or knowing or the thinking that anything is imperfect right now. You just don't engage with that. That's what it means to chill. To chill hard. So you're just being, essentially, because that's what you are. It's not a doing. You're being as you are. And you're just giving yourself a respite, a break, a vacation from needing to fix anything about anything or anyone, needing to get anywhere for anyone, including for yourself. That's it. That's chilling really hard. That's what that means. That's what it means to not even meditate. To chill so hard that there's nothing to meditate towards, from. Total vacation. And in that moment, this which already knows that you're free begins to rise. It's like an inner knowing. It's not even an experience. It's not like lights or anything like that. It's just a formless illumination through conviction, through faith, through knowing. A knowingness beyond what you think you know or don't know. What I've spoken here today, if it resonates with you, it's because this is already known. Now you just allow yourself to be convinced of it by hearing someone else confidently confirm this to you. You're like, I knew it this whole time. Finally, someone says what I already knew. I knew it this whole time. But everyone seems to believe I have to change this and that, get here and there, change the conditions of my life in order to somehow redeem myself, be worthy. And now someone is saying that is a fallacy. It's like Santa Claus, believing in Santa Claus. So if something resonates, it's the God in you, which has always been watching your beliefs, and been patiently waiting. So just chill and know that somehow you are free right now, no matter what appears as a sensation, no matter what appears as a thought, no matter what appears physically. It's all happening in the basic space-like nature of freedom. Form is freedom. Freedom is form. Are there any questions? We'll get you the mic. 1 second. Little mic runner competition.
In this presence, where
A little closer so we can hear.
every part of this experience seems to be equally conscious, not centered around here. This seems like it is all that there is. Like, I don't really want to call it a perspective because it's not looked from a center here, but equally are on the whole space, it seems like this is all there is, and any idea of other minds having their own geometry and pixels and colors happening seems conceptual. So from this dissolved space, a question arises: how could there ever be something different than just this perspective, just this geometry of colors? Yes.
Well, so this is still focused on the geometry to some degree. That will change. There's infinite fractals and geometries and forms and shapes and sounds and harmonies and whatever, vibrations. But all that there ever is at the heart of it is infinity. Which doesn't have a form of its own. All form is illusory. All the fractals are illusions, including your own, someone else's. But you're correct in the sense that this dissolved sense that you're having, what you feel to be dissolved into, this, I'm assuming, this aware consciousness, this presence, this knowingness. If you want to picture it, you could picture it as a field that contains all possibilities, all probabilities, all manifestations. So in that sense, yes, that's all that there will ever be, is this power, this infinite nature.
And if I can, a second small question. From this space, every thought, every action, every word arises spontaneously.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that from this big F, free will, that happens, even movements to forget the presence also are just this perfection, just deciding for a moment to forget. Would that be correct?
You can view it that way, and it can be helpful to you. It's a helpful way to see it, that even when you go unconscious, so to speak, or you forget, that too is an act of conscious free will, or free will. But I would still say it's up to you whether you're aware of that or whether you forget. So to not excuse, like, it's relaxing to say, okay, when I forget, when I don't recognize my freedom, that's also perfect. And that's true. I wouldn't argue with that. That's also perfect. But just watch for the stories or the narrative or the context that then justifies that and makes you go to sleep.
Yeah, so having a meta perspective on this, right?
Okay.
But it seems like whether there is meta perspective on this also just happens or not.
Well, so yes, but what's the fascination with it just happens? Because that too is a perspective.
Okay, thank you.
It's a subtle perspective.
Yeah.
So even that doesn't need to be there. The reason I'm saying this is, yes, okay, it's a relaxing way to view life, and a lot of spiritual instructions or teachings will give this type of a suggestion that everything is just happening. And it appears to be true, but it's a description that you don't need. Once you have that description, it will filter everything, and it will become a little blind spot as well. It will become like the monk that's meditating for 40 years. But now it's the guy or girl who believes that everything is just happening. You don't need that. Just pause the movie altogether. Don't describe it. Don't describe if it's happening or not happening, free will or no free will. Just for 2 to 5 seconds, you pause. Even when you think you've already awakened, pause that too. I guarantee you, you'd be surprised how asleep you were. So in a sense, it's safe to say keep chilling super hard for the rest of your life. Even when you think you're enlightened, keep chilling even harder. Meaning chill out of your own ideas, descriptions, just by inserting a brief, pure moment. Not buying into anything. Just chilling super, super hard. Just a few seconds. And you'll see that most likely even your awakening was still contextualized, was still described, was still subtle belief. And you just become more and more free, more and more formless, more and more happy without a cause, more and more infinite in a sense. So I don't disagree with your description per se, but it's a description. So you don't need that. Chill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the chill tour.
Yes, it is like a cheat code.
Hi.
Hello.
Um, so I was wondering about the I am,
Yes.
and basically I need a feedback on how to improve my practice, because I'm not having really I would say breakthrough or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very nervous to stand here also.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I need a feedback basically, because I'm trying and I'm
And where are you trying to get to?
to freedom, but I'm
Ah.
already free. I know, but you know.
Well, I guess you don't know.
Yeah, I know.
So you're close.
Yeah. I feel that. I can feel that I'm sort of close, but
Yeah.
I'm not really having like a breakthrough.
So the breakthrough is not within time, but your mind's projecting it in time. And by time,
Right.
in this case, I mean a change in your movie.
Right.
The breakthrough happens when you really see
Yeah.
that it's not in the movie.
All right.
That's the breakthrough you're looking for. But your conditioning is projecting this breakthrough
In time.
to be a pure experience of I am.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
But I am is what remains when you stop the movie. Not suppress, just stop engaging. Let it be as it arises. But you pause any will for it to be different. Just for a moment. Afterwards, you can continue. But just in that sacred moment, you will see it's already here, and that will be the breakthrough. So the breakthrough is backwards. It's not into a different experience of I am. It is before.
But I'm also trying that, and
Stop trying.
okay. More relaxing.
Chill hard.
Okay, thank you.
So what you could do is, the next time you notice this tension, this stressful seeking,
Yeah.
seeking can be glorious. It can be amazing. It can be like natural expansion. But when it's projected onto form, time, space, circumstances, experiences, states of consciousness, good enough, not good enough, different feeling state.
Yeah.
When it's associated with that, it's painful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Because it's obscuring the freedom that already is, the birthright, the redemption. So there's no original sin, there's original freedom.
All right.
Right? The breakthrough, especially for like an eager, seeking, practicing mind like yours, really is in the letting everything arise as it is. Let it be. Don't label it. Don't know anything about it. How can your current experience be not there yet, or be pre-breakthrough, or be with you already for so long but you want a higher state? if you don't define it. So you see, that's chilling super hard.
Yeah.
It's not having any definitions.
I sort of see.
Good?
But I realize that my mind still does the same thing and
Yes.
projects it into the future
Yep.
and into the more purified I am.
Totally.
And,
So just
but-
catch that.
Yeah.
Not like catch it,
Yeah.
but you notice it. You notice it, and it reminds you. It's enough to remind you, wait a second, I'm doing this addict thing. I'm doing this chasing thing. I'm
Right.
doing this beating myself up thing. And the moment you notice it, 2 to 5 seconds.
All right.
And then, in the openness, just be open. And more, you will understand, you will know, you will sense, you have a conviction arise that this is already the case, that nothing needs to change. Freedom is not a thing. And a state of mind is still a thing. A state of consciousness is still a thing. It's a subtle thing, but it's a thing. Freedom doesn't have a form of its own. It's always already free. It's timeless. You don't have to find it even. Even that's too much. Just chill.
Jesus.
Jesus. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and don't try to turn that into too much of a practice either. You just notice when you're stressed, when you're seeking outwardly, or even inwardly seeking. But it comes with a stressor. You notice the stress. You take a deep breath. You completely relax your body for that second. Pretend you stop seeking. And you notice what remains. The same formless basic presence that's always there. It doesn't need your feelings to go anywhere or to change. It doesn't need your state of consciousness to become higher.
Right.
It will do that naturally. It will elevate the frequency of your movie. But it will do that naturally. Not as something to chase.
Right.
As long as you keep chasing something, you will not know your freedom. The freedom is here, whether you know it or not, but you will not know it. And if you want to know your freedom, you have to give up attaching it to form. You have to become brave enough to know, to remember that freedom, happiness, is not found in anything whatsoever. 2 to 5 seconds of knowing that.
I sometimes think it's like not enough, but that's another projection of my mind, I guess, that I would have to do more and more and more.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes, that's the addict.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Let it be.
Okay.
Don't even try to change the addict.
Right.
Be as addicted as you are to more and more and more. Like, I need to be more worthy, more capable, more practice. I need to get higher. I need to have breakthroughs. I'm saying don't even change that. Just notice it. Rest in awareness. Chill hard. And a conviction will arise. You understand what that means? You will be convinced, somehow, at a very deep level, there will be a confidence, a natural confidence that you did not arrive at through practice. Every time you release yourself for just a second from this hamster wheel of trying to get to freedom, and you notice the I amness that's already space-like and free right here, within which the rat race happens, by which the rat race is known, like the contents of this room. But when you recognize the space of this room, then suddenly there's a relaxation of all the components in the room, all the people, all the heads, all the sounds, all the chairs. When you just, quote unquote, chill, you rest, you zoom out. You rest as the space of this room. You feel the The qualitative difference? Suddenly you notice the space.
Yeah, it's sorry.
No, go ahead.
um, it's just no. It's I'm hearing what you say. So thank you very much. And it's I guess I'm just too nervous right now to just really see it. But in a way, I can.
This
I
is
can-
not true, though.
Sorry.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's something that sees the nervousness, huh?
Yeah. It does. Yeah.
So let the nervousness be okay.
Yeah.
Can you let it be completely okay?
Yeah. I can. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Does that feel more free already?
Yes. Yes. I kind of groove myself into it. It's like I'm trying to chill.
Yeah, but chill with everything. You just
Okay.
chill with everything exactly as it arises.
Okay. Yeah.
So that too. And then the next thought, oh yeah, but I can't access freedom because I'm frustrated right now. Chill. Don't believe that. Recognize freedom. Or if you don't recognize freedom, something will begin to dawn, a confidence will emerge. Then the next debilitating thought arises, or belief. Like, oh, okay, but I need to calm down my frustration before. No, you don't. Oh, but I'm nervous. I will practice what you just shared later, but right now I'm nervous, so I can't see what you're saying. That's a complete belief, which is fine. Let it be. It doesn't have to go. You just notice it. You see? And then you become like the space in the room. The objects can move, but you're not distracted by them.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then the next thought, yeah, but those are the tendencies, those are the addictions, those are the patterns, the habits. It's fine. Just notice and release. Let it be. Don't change it. Short moment of rest. And then, yeah, but I need to, okay. Short moment of rest. And then maybe there's a bit of clarity that emerges. Like, oh, I'm starting to notice this freedom. And then the next thought comes up, the next belief. Okay, I need to lock down this freedom. I need to now maintain this freedom. I need to practice this freedom. Just another delusion. Another time-bound projection. You see, freedom does not have anything to do with your movie. Ever. It's always free. Already. Just know this. And then match that by resting in I am, or as I am. Relaxing, and notice I am. That's the only real practice at that point. But it's really about gaining confidence and conviction in this. Becoming convinced of it. That's when it will stop distracting you. When you can still believe in it, like, oh no, I'm unworthy, I'm not good enough, I need to change this, I need to become a pure Buddhist monk, vegan. And you notice that as a delusion, and you see that you've been watching that whole shit show from freedom. You see? What the Buddhist in you, or whatever, I'm just using that as an example, could be any religion, could be any ideology, doesn't matter. But everyone beats themselves up towards purity. Even criminals do that in their own way, right? But also spiritual seekers. So we continuously try to get to God, whether we know it or not. That's the shit show. So all this time, the shit show has been appearing as perceptions, as appearances, as hallucinations within God. You've been looking at this show from what you've been looking for already. That's the faith, that's the conviction that you want to allow. Because then you become unshakable naturally, whether you practice or not. Then the next thought arises, and it's naturally noticed as a delusional belief. Because you're convinced of the freedom here and now. So this gives you a stability even without practice. Now, it may not be enough for all people, but the ultimate goal here is complete conviction. It's not complete practice. but you can help yourself realize what's already true. Once you see that it's true, that's conviction, right? When you really see something is really, really true, you're convinced of it. Naturally, you don't have to practice it anymore. You know gravity is true on a relative level. Gravity is true. So you don't think about gravity, you just get up, make thousands of micro emotions, adjusting to the reality of gravity every single second without a single thought about it. You're not practicing gravity awareness when you go up to go to the toilet, right? Who here practices gravity awareness before they get up? Well, we have a very unique individual amongst us. So, when you know the truth clearly, you've realized it, it's dawned on you, you've remembered from the depths of your being, you don't have to practice in the conventional sense. You just know it, you see it, and so everything else is seen by this in contrast to that knowing. So then naturally everything is seen as illusory or a delusional belief and so on. So you're no longer grabbed by it. You're no longer, oh my God, this movie thing is real and it's really got me. That just no longer seems real to you. You can have an emotion, you can have intense depression, you can have intense ecstasy, and none of that will make you believe anything about not being free yet. Can you picture that? Good, thank you. Is that interesting? Like, good, thank you. I'm glad we have one participant. So that's the whole thing. I'm not telling you to get rid of your depression. I'm not telling you to change. I'm saying you can be depressed and blissfully free at the same time. Then the depression can't last that long, you know? It might have some momentum. But if you're so stable in this knowing, which requires some practice and it requires exposure to these teachings so that you gain confidence, but once you have the confidence, once you see through the mist of the delusion that you're not there yet, then a habit, a pattern, an addiction, a depression might appear, full force even. Kind of like a monster that wants to be exorcised or something like that. I was like, oh, where's this coming from? Like PTSD, or I thought it was beyond this fear or this addiction, and oh, suddenly it's got you so strongly. And at the same time, while your movie is taking on that shape, instead of trying to control it and then alter it or compensate for it by meditating, changing, then you see you've already bought into the idea it needs to go. It's made of nothing but God. Why not have 2 to 5 seconds of complete independence, complete release of fixation? Be like pure space, omnidirectional pure space, in the midst of your depression, and watch what happens. But if you're already convinced of that, now the depression, if it does arise, or trauma, or whatever it is, or abandonment, or grief, you know, those nice, deep feelings, they will appear to you without obscuring your stainlessness. You will still know free awareness at the same time. And then you can simply, if anything, you could emphasize that more. You know, you can appreciate that in the moment, bring more attention to that, instead of like going into the depression and defining it and finding cause for it and what you need to do about it and who it belongs to. So you can adjust. In that sense, you can still practice, but more and more you'll just naturally not give it any credit. The most it can do is show you what you believe is true in order to have that feeling, because you cannot have a feeling without a belief. Might be an active belief, or it might be an echo from a past belief. But that's all the emotion can show you, really. It's in what way were you thinking out of alignment with truth? That's the emotional guidance system. It lets you know in what way, in what flavor, through what angle, through what telescopic perspective were you thinking something against God? And to what degree? The worse the grief, the more you believed in that idea that your partner has stopped existing, for instance, when they pass over. That's a painful belief because it's not true. If you really believe it to be true, like there is no afterlife, consciousness is not eternal, I've really lost them forever, oh boy. That's a deep feeling. The emotional guidance system is letting you know you're out of your mind. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're not flawed. You're wrong about how you think. The thought is wrong. That's all you can learn from emotions, is how wrong you are in what you buy into. Not essentially how wrong you are. This is not about sin again. This is not about unworthiness. It's just a mechanism. If you hit your fist against a sharp wall, the wall is going to let you know you're wrong. It's not a helpful, useful action. It doesn't flow with the wholeness, the oneness of all things. You're going against the wall. It hurts. That's the physical feedback. Emotional feedback, exactly the same, except on a vibrational level. Subtler. So if your thought, which is like your fist, goes, the being that I interacted with for the past 40 years have ceased existing. That's a thought. It's a vibration. The universal environment, or the vibrational environment, like the physical environment, like the wall, which is a physical truth, you could say, the metaphysical truth of eternity, immortality, consciousness over form, is letting you know this thought is bumping up against a metaphysical law. You're going against the grain of God. You, or this thought, is wrong. That's all emotions are. They're letting you know how wrong you are in what you believe. So they're actually guiding you towards what I'm telling you, which is don't believe anything. That's freedom. The moment you believe in something, even something extremely positive, if there's an emotional response to it, it's still some degree of fighting with the oneness. That's all you can glean from your emotions. Beyond that, you don't need to understand anything about them. You don't need to see who's to blame for it or exactly where it came from in your past or something like that. You can do that. It can help sometimes to, okay. But really, the only thing, the highest thing to do with emotions is to let them be as they are. Because their highest guidance, no matter what story they're rooted in, no matter what the unique distortion is of that particular belief that causes that particular emotion of grief or depression or whatever that might be, I can tell you, even if you were to track that linearly, gradually, like where does this come from? What must I believe is true to feel this way? Where it's all guiding you to, if you follow that gradual line of thought, is to what I'm telling you right now. Is that the nature of that thought, and indeed the nature of everything that appears, of every perception, is equally already God. It's the oneness right now. That's the end of emotions. Only that. Any level below perfect oneness will give you emotional guidance. Now, I'm not saying you become like a robot. I'm saying you become bliss, freedom, peace. The quality of oneness. Love.
Hi. Okay. Hi,
Hello.
Bentinho.
Hi.
Nice to kind of meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Just a short question. Because this movie, I really don't get, is this movie then just here to make us wake up? because the thought of, hey, if I'm awake and I know everything's possible, I
Sorry,
can...
hold a little closer.
Closer?
Yeah.
Hi. So if I'm awake and I know everything's possible, I could really do some fun shit here.
Yes, yes. And like I said, I'm not a good example for you guys. So that's why I said that, is because I'm at a certain stage with this where my highest excitement has nothing to do with anything. So the principle of follow your highest excitement holds true. Like, use that as your relative guide. But don't worry, taking 2 to 5 seconds of self-realization is not going to end your desires all at once. It's not going to change you all at once. It's going to make you see the freedom, and it's going to infuse you with clarity and bliss, but more and more your desires of like doing some epic shit in this movie world is going to come more and more from the wholeness, the field itself.
But so this movie isn't just here, so we wake up and then we
So did you
just
say
chill.
to break up? Oh, wake up. Okay, yes.
So it's supposed to be going on, and we create a fun world. It's not just like we're all awake and chill.
Well, why not be awake and chill while the movie is like epically upgrading by itself?
Okay.
It's just that you want to watch a little bit for the sense of doership. It's part of the addiction. And it always comes with, almost always comes with, the same like unworthiness, failure, success, dual side of the coin thing. So at the end of the line, that is something that you will release. It's a sense of doership as well. It's like you're gifting yourself to the wholeness, to allness. But that will be at a stage where that's genuinely what excites you. That's why I say, don't worry about that. This is typically a very long maturation process. And whatever you want later on will be what you want later on. So don't fear that, because it makes no sense. But for now, if what you want is to have 2 to 5 seconds, feel the freedom, get an inspiring thought, and act it out and gather people around to do some awesome shit, please go ahead. Please let that happen. There's no right or wrong in the movie, is what I'm saying, when it comes to freedom recognition. You can recognize freedom always. And your life will take on a different shape. It will become more inspired. It will become more, in a sense, more passionate, usually, first. But it also becomes more holistic, becomes more connected, more peaceful, more connected to the oneness, more selfless. So over time, the nature or shape or frequency of your desires will become more and more holistic based.
So is this connected to what you said before? If you're too enthusiastic, it's also...
Sorry, slow down your speech a little bit.
Okay.
Or
Is this
articulate.
what you said before? When you're too enthusiastic, it's also kind of a bumping against the wall?
Were you asking if enthusiasm itself is also bumping against the metaphysical wall?
Yes?
Yes. But again, like what excites you doesn't excite me, right? This goes for everybody. What excites one being doesn't excite someone else. So the factor of excitement in all this, or enthusiasm or inspiration, it simply determines, or it's a guidance, it's part of the guidance system that lets you know at your current point of consciousness and what you as sort of a soul or oversoul want to explore, this action or this way of thinking or this type of interaction excites you because that is your next level. So something that isn't your next level will never excite you. So excitement is guiding you to your next level. Now, ultimately, all of that next level within the dream, the next level of the dream, and the next level dream, the next level of the dream will all collapse back to I am. Then the I am will build up. The I am will become all that is, brighter and brighter, denser and denser, and then the I am will collapse into actual absolute source, which is the threshold I'm at, which is why I'm not a good example, because I couldn't care less about manifesting anything or doing epic shit even. So the final care that remains is service to others, but even that one is fading. So normally I say, don't listen to anyone you don't want to end up as. Because people, assuming they teach from experience, they're always going to be, people generally teach what they're excited about themselves, where they're at, right? And to some degree, a few levels below what they've learned and how that can help. In fact, that's the purest way to teach. In some ways, is to teach what doesn't excite you. Or at least it's good practice, because if you can teach, if you can show up for hours at a time, distilling something that does not excite you at all, that's got no relevance for where you're at. You're doing it out of love. Whereas if you're teaching something that excites you, nothing wrong with that. That's very high too. And in general, that's my recommendation, of course. Be excited about what you're excited about and then teach what you know. And it's going to flow naturally when it excites you, and you're going to create some awesome shit in the dream. But there's also something to consider, which is, are you available to serve, truly serve? And so the nature of desire changes, and it becomes more and more about others. Naturally, not because the monk that tries to control their thoughts. It's not the same. It's a natural exhaustion of personal desire. And don't worry, this takes millions of years, billions of years. So you're not going to, unless you want to, you're not going to accidentally bump into desirelessness tomorrow because you're doing 2 to 5 seconds. So in that sense, I'm not a great example, but also you don't have to fear my example, because you're not going to get anywhere close to where I'm at anytime soon unless you really, really want to. That's what I'm saying. So don't worry about that. You've got fail-safes in place. You've got your blueprint. You've got your excitement. You've got your reason for being in this life. You want to create what you want to create. It's going to excite you when it's going to excite you. It's going to take you to the next level of the dream, next level of expression. But I'm saying, you can wake up and you can accelerate that purification process by resting as what you already are. Not stopping what you're doing, because that would be another interference. I'm saying don't interfere for 2 to 5 seconds at a time so you can recognize God. You can recognize the perfection that pervades all things. You can recognize the basis of all these appearances. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I always just wanted to be chill, but recently this was just a question. Okay, what is the meaning of the dream then? Is it only to awaken? This is the question I...
It's to express. So imagine infinity, source, before even I am. Because I am is still a subtle thing. It's the first quality. It's the power of awareness. Imagine, even before the aware I am, there is just absolute infinite perfection. No left, no right, no up, no down, no time, no space, no this, no that, no awareness even. It's self-evident, but it's not awareness as we know it. So pure infinity. Source. Infinity also includes infinite potential for infinite exploration, for infinite manifestation, for infinite possibilities. Or you could say infinite possibilities, and then one of the possibilities out of infinite possibilities is the idea of manifestation. And then within that idea of manifestation, there's infinite possible manifestations. There's no end to the ways in which infinity can explore itself. There's creations where awareness is not the leading factor. But here, awareness is the leading factor. Here, the God of our creation is awareness. That's our basis. We cannot go beyond awareness unless we pop out into infinity. From that infinity, then, there is this awareness, at least in this octave or creation. This awareness, then, is the basis of this reality, of this exploration. That's a creation or an octave is like an incarnation of infinity. And it's got many. There's many creations. This creation that we seem to be zoomed in at as infinity has as its basis this awareness, which also knows that it is, so it's also the I am. This awareness then, on behalf of Source, on behalf of infinity, is tasked with exploring a certain range of infinite possibilities, a certain theme. Just like your incarnation has a different theme than the person next to you and the person next to you, you'll learn different lessons, you'll attract different circumstances, you'll learn in different ways. So too, every creation, with all of its permutations within that, with all the trillions of galaxies within a single octave, a single creation, all have a theme, and this is like an incarnation of infinity. And an incarnation needs a basis, just like yours needs a body. The body of this creation is awareness. Now, within this awareness, then what awareness experiences, how it expresses, is experience, it's perception. It's the stuff you're experiencing. The purpose of all that what sparked that, not in the way humans interpret it, but it's the curiosity or desire to know its own infinity in as many ways as it possibly can. Because how would you know infinity if it's infinite? In a sense, you can never fully know infinity because it's infinite. But the closest it can get is to infinitely explore, so from our point of view as time, for an infinite amount of time, never-endingly, explore infinite iterations of infinite possibilities. So to bring that back down to the level of your current movie as an individuated speck of Source is to express infinite potential in a unique way that's never been learned from, explored, develop relationships between different points of your manifestation, from this point to that point to this point. All the possible points already coexist. There's nothing new you can create. Hear me. There's nothing new you can create. Any experience you've ever had, that you ever will have, already exists in timeless infinity. Structurally, mechanically, there's not going to be anything new in your experience ever. Not in this lifetime, not in the next, not in the next creation. All potentials infinitely exist in an infinity which has no time, therefore it simultaneously already exists. What's new about you, what gives purpose to the individuated expression, is how you go. It's relational, not structural. The purpose is relational, not structural. It's consciousness. Consciousness is relationship. This self-knowing principle in relationship to all the things that already exist, and how you shift between one to the other, 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 to the other. The path between all the points which already exist that you're walking has never been walked before. The points have existed, but you're walking through it in this way when someone else is walking through it in that way or in this way. So there's infinite points of potential, infinite points of perspective, of experience. The way you relate to that, the way you reflect upon that, that's your free will, and that's what's cutting edge. From infinity's point of view, that's where it's exploring itself through expressing itself within the illusion of form. So it's a two-way street, simultaneously, not necessarily one after the other. It's a simultaneous street. The purpose of all of this, the purpose of the shit show, is to express infinity and to know or reflect upon infinity. It's for infinity to express itself and simultaneously to know itself. Now, you could make a point for saying that it doesn't really want to express itself per se, it just wants to know itself, and the way to that self-knowing is expression. You could argue that, but nevertheless, The expression is part and parcel of the way, of the journey to infinity, knowing more about itself. And all the while, everything is perfectly infinite. It is like a dream. And this dream that you're dreaming right now, this moment has existed for all of eternity. This is not a new moment. This very room, this very sound, this very, very nanosecond, this Planck second, has existed for all of eternity, as has every other possible configuration of the universe. It's all a timeless plenum of infinite potential. How you go about traversing this ice skating thing is up to you. That's what's unique. That's the free will, and that's the purpose of the illusion of individuation. At the end of a creation, all that coalesces back into infinity, and you become infinity. But for the time being, you express as excites you, as guides you internally to express. And you will advance in your own way in that sense. And that's beautiful, that's perfect, that's the relative world. But I'm offering you this opportunity, this key, to while your dream dreams its dream, and don't worry, it's gonna dream its dream. It's not gonna suddenly end. I can almost 100% guarantee you that. And if it does suddenly end for you, it's because you are ready for that, and that's actually what you want. It will not happen against your free will, so don't worry about going too far. Just practice and gain confidence in the nature of reality. I think I forgot about your break.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. See if there's any discomfort in your system with just being. And if so, let that be okay too. There's a super rich, dense space, dense with dense with knowledge, but not data. Knowledge in raw form, knowledge in potential, rich in potential, which naturally emerges. You become naturally attuned to it and aware of it. If you can withstand or allow the discomfort of your own mind with a lack of transaction happening. We're always buying and selling things, ideas, words, desires. And something in our delusion, really, but in our conditioning, tends to be uncomfortable, or tends to think of it as a death or something like that. So when you're just being present with something, with someone, or someone is just present, and they're not projecting anything, there can be an awkwardness, fidgetiness, a discomfort, seeking for what you thought you had to reach for, but then suddenly, if that all gets absorbed, the train of thought you thought you were on, or the train of life you thought you were on, or the train of your schedule that you thought you were on, or perhaps what you thought you were going to get out of this session, maybe. When that then falls away and you have no plan to replace it, there can be this intermediate ground of discomfort, to not have any projections. If you can let that rest as well, if you can let that settle, it's just a decision, it doesn't even take much time. It's just a decision to notice your discomfort with that, your anxiety for form, and you just acknowledge that anxiety, you just acknowledge that restlessness, the fear of absence, of things and structures. And just by acknowledging that tension is there, it's already less real, it's less serious. It no longer looks like death. It's just a moment to relax. Like, why am I tense about nothing, literally? Why am I tense about nothing? Why am I so addicted to structure? You are not, but that's the training that we've gotten, right? So if you can just acknowledge that in your system where there's any kind of tension towards your own empty but also rich in raw knowledge and potential, your own empty being, if you can just acknowledge this squirming little looking for something that happens, then you can rest with that perception as well. You can chill even with that anxiety, and then it's no longer significant, it's no longer real, it doesn't have that power over you. Now you're just chilling with restlessness, with searchingness, with anxiety, and then it's not actually anxious anymore, or you're not actually anxious anymore. So you can do this with every emotion, with every frustration, with every form of anxiety, discomfort, fear. Just acknowledge what arises. And also notice the stability of what's aware of it. And then you chill. You just let it be as it is. And it kind of goes poof on its own, or maybe it comes and goes, or it's like it becomes more transparent, it becomes thinner. It's not as real and thick, it just, okay, it's not so serious. And you start to chill more with the anxiety, you start to chill more, even as the anxiety. You can even chill as the anxiety, being completely anxious. You can chill as being anxious. It's a bit paradoxical, the mind doesn't quite understand this. It's like, well, I'm either anxious or I'm at peace. No, you're always at peace. When you chill, you notice that. Even anxiety is completely still. Anxiety, restlessness is completely at peace, as it is. The idea that it's not at peace is the delusion. The anxiety isn't even the delusion. The delusion, the forgetfulness, the mistake is to name it something that it isn't, to think of it as something that it isn't. So if you don't label the anxiety or the restlessness or the fear, then suddenly the fear is the bliss. The anxiety is the peace. The restlessness is the space of infinite chill. And then again, you get confirmation through your direct experience that nothing needs to change about you. And you'll still make changes. You'll be happier to live here instead of there, and so you do that. No problem, obviously. No reason to live an unpreferable life. No reason for that. But the clinging and the anxiety is just transmuted into self-luminous, shining, aware I amness that overrules everything with its peace and its clarity and its raw knowledge, it's raw because we don't formulate it all at the same time consciously, but it's in raw data form. It's like being connected to the cloud, and the cloud knows everything, so to speak, in this analogy. So the cloud of God, if you will, the cloud of I am, the cloud of that chill space, which coexists with everything exactly as it appears, nothing needs to change. Freedom does not care. So to chill as freedom in the midst of appearances and perceptions is to contact that raw, holistic data. You're getting plugged into the field that comprehends everything. Now again, you may not then it's not like you become omniscient, like you know exactly what's happening in New York City, or how many toothbrushes your ex has at the moment. It's not about that, obviously, but you could access that type of knowledge also with some attunement and training. You can attune to make raw data visible, but you won't feel the need to do that. It will show up whatever is relevant. But it's like you have access to everything, and then because everything is information and everything coexists within a timeless field. So when you're chilling, you're not making things problems. You're just chilling as anxiousness. You're just chilling as depression. You're just chilling as joy. You're just chilling as pleasure. You're just chilling as pain. Then you contact that infinite field of data, of simultaneity, of simultaneous knowledge, where all states exist, where all parallel realities coexist already in a timeless plenum, in a timeless space. And then whatever then this body, mind, so to speak, in your case yours, needs to know, it will know it when it needs to know it. Because you're not in the way of it with labeling and define. You're not busy trying to define your anxiety, what it means, where it comes from, what you got to do with it, how you're going to clear it up. That's all you being preoccupied. It's like you not being home. So then God cannot guide you with infinite intelligence because you're preoccupied. You're watching a show. You're too obsessed with your feelings, your thoughts, your plans. But if you chill really hard, complete chill, wide open, instant, immediate chill, even more chill than meditating. Like it's before you start to meditate, instant chill. You catch yourself thinking you're not chill, and you chill. Right? It's immediate. You cannot do this. You can only catch it, remember, oh yeah, instant release. awareness, naturally here. I am is already here. So you chill with whatever appears. And then this raw data, this cloud of all the information available, you'll be naturally connected to that, plugged into it. So then it is like your thoughts are being thought for you. Not in a creepy sort of way, like it feels very natural, it feels very bright, radiant, it feels very clear, it feels very holistic and unifying. But it's no longer like you are actively thinking. When you're completely chill, first the momentum of your selfish thoughts, they start to sort of dissolve. And that's then where the little gremlin conditioned mind goes, oh, I gotta look for some structure. But if you chill with that anxiety, that too will sort of become transparent. This active, like I'm a thinker, I need to manage everything, just goes poof. What remains is the natural peace of God. Your body, mind, if you will, has access. It's like a computer being now plugged into the cloud, if you will, without its own program running haywire, so it's too busy. And now, whatever shows up in your computer, in your movie, through your body, through your speech, through your decision-making, through your desires, and so forth, starts to become an expression of wholeness. And this is actually how the animals live. They just do it not as consciously as we can. But you know how we always say, like, a bird is natural. Like, a tree doesn't try to not be a tree. A bird doesn't, feel self-conscious when it's singing, even though it's waking you up and it's being annoying. Still doesn't care. So, why does nature operate so naturally, and why do humans seem to be such a contradiction to that? Why do we seem to be so contrived, so antagonistic to nature? So animals, in a sense, live this way. Because there is a wholeness that hasn't been, they're not preoccupied with anything but being. Now, don't get me wrong, you're more enlightened than a bird, but you're more awake than a bird. You're more conscious, you're more evolved than a bird. So it's not like, oh, we should all become like animals. But there is something to glean there. There is something to learn. Because they don't have the conscious mind in the way that we do, they are not preoccupied. So what moves them, what drives them is, for the most part, there are some exceptions, but for the most part, it's part of sort of a whole field that's just kind of dancing. So when this part of the field dances, it will have a ripple effect, and then this bird does that, and then it's like an intelligent wave, a grid, a wave. And so when you are naturally free and empty, allowing for everything to appear as it is, seeing the perfection in it already, the intrinsic perfection, nothing can ever be more perfect than it is. You can change the forms, but it doesn't change what they're made of. It doesn't change what sourced them. It doesn't change that which knows them. So freedom, again, is already pure. It's already free. Original purity is your nature. If you're not obscuring that with this striving mentality, then what breathes through you is natural intelligence, timing, love, you could say, because of this inseparability with all things being naturally recognized. And so that's also when your true desires will remain or even become known to you, at which point you don't have to call them desires. They can be inspirations. They can be natural impulses, right? They don't have to be like, I desire this and I'm going to plan for this and in 10 years I'm going to make it. Like, does that feel good? But you have natural inspirations, just like the song is inspired to be sung through this particular bird at that particular timing, just to wake up your ass so you get to work in time or something like that. Similarly, you will be inspired uniquely in the exact way that is perfect for you within, as your nodal point within the grid of the field. So if you let the field navigate you more and more, you'll be at peace. You'll be much more at ease with whatever arises for you. You have much greater clarity, just like awakeness, lucidity. It's like you're lucid dreaming instead of just unconsciously bumping into objects. So there's a clarity, a stability, a pervasiveness. There's like sort of like a light. It's not a physical light so much, but it is a metaphysical illumination. That which enables perception becomes brighter to itself. So it makes sense why some people have called it enlightenment. It is a little bit like that. Like life sees itself. It's the light of life seeing itself. There's a whole bunch of beautiful intrinsic qualities in yourself, in God, that begin to be made manifest in you, around you, through you, without any effort, without any modulations or modifications of yourself. You're not doing this. You see? It's already intrinsic. You just stop clogging up the pipes. And even meditating to clean the pipes is going to add more stuff to the pipes. So the best way to clear your pipes is to chill super hard. And when I say hard, I don't mean like I'm going to chill super hard. I mean completely, right? Chill completely with whatever arises. That's when consciousness is bent with, opens up. It wakes up, and now it has access to a deeper intelligence. Then if you manage to relax like that, to contact the naturalness that's already here multiple times a day, it will begin to move you like the bird is moved by intelligence. Doesn't mean you lose your free will, not at all. You still have free will. You can still decide not to sing that song that you're inspired to sing. But you will wonder, why am I not singing the song I am inspired to sing when it's genuinely inspiring me to sing? When I'm in a chill state, I'm chilling, I feel like singing a song. Maybe not actually a song, but the equivalent of that, an action, an activity, a gesture to somebody, whatever it is. Why would I not do that or allow that? And usually you'll find some kind of a fear-based idea, the remnants, echoes of this, I got to get somewhere, therefore I have to control how I get there, how people see me, what I'm worthy of. And if I start just singing or doing what inspires me, then I will fail getting there because people will not like this or this will happen. But if you already have what you're looking for, then instead of desiring, you can be inspired. Moment to moment inspiration. And it feels much more free than trying to get somewhere. Right? But again, the mind fears this a little bit because it's already gotten so invested in the outcome, meaning something. But it doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. So desire is just a distortion of inspiration. It's trying to mimic the inspiration of God in thoughts. Trying to guide yourself. Such a popular trend. Oh, no, you got to guide yourself. You shouldn't have a teacher. Or teaching even. You should just guide yourself. Independent strength. How's that working out, humanity? So, you're independent in your freedom, and your free will always be free will. But just let go of any illusion of separation for moments at a time. Everyone can do this for moments at a time. Contact your natural state of awareness, of being, moments at a time, and you will start to breathe, dance, speak, think, feel, act in accordance with the field. So instead of your movie, now it becomes the movie. And in this case, the next step of that is humanity as a whole and planet Earth's little simulation here. And beyond that, at some point, we'll get beyond that. We'll evolve beyond that as a species. It'll become more cosmic. Just another scale of the simulation inside of this octave of trillions of galaxies. But the principle is the same, whether you're an ant or a blade of grass, or you're some cosmic being that goes from galaxy to galaxy. The principle of natural intelligence being intrinsic and innate is the same. And whether or not you're able to be attuned to that, to be open to that, to be chilled enough, to let it breathe you, to let it inspire you, instead of collapsed into form and trying to guide yourself, trying to manage what you don't want and should want and why you want it and how you can get there and who should not get in your way and who should be part of it. La, la, la. Want what you want, but question why you want it, no? And then you chill. And then as you release that tension, that stress of thinking you know what you want, see what inspires you. See what impulse makes you move. And you'll see it starts to take on more and more the shape and the tone of harmony and service. It becomes about the whole field. And instantly you'll feel so much more at ease because you're not going against wholeness. You're not going against oneness. And suddenly everything you need just falls into place. Might not be a Lamborghini. Might be a stupid little Fiat. But it will get you to where you need to go. Maybe it will be a Lamborghini. Who knows? But the point is, why do you want what you want? Where are you going? Where do you think you're getting to? Where? So now, if you remember, and you don't have to believe this, but in my experience, the purpose behind creation is to express infinity and or so that it can know infinity in an infinite number of ways. So it makes sense that you are filled with inspirations, you are filled with visions, you are filled with opportunities. That's natural, it's fine. Just chill. Don't grasp so much. Don't hold on so tightly, because that means you believe there's something out there for you. It's just meant to be an inspirational expression through which you can know yourself.
You are saying chill, and my heart is almost like exploding in a way. And there's so much grief, so much, I don't know. And I feel the stability behind it.
Nice.
But it's like going in this cycle for years, actually. Like this.
Oh, a little more central? Yeah.
It's like better.
Yeah.
It's like a cycle. It's like running away from this fear. And now standing here, I feel like a little boy, actually.
Good. That's nice.
And I could cry, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it's coming from, but I feel like it doesn't matter.
Good.
And at the same time, I don't want to cry my whole life, you know. And and actually, I don't know why I'm here, because I was following Mucci and Rupert Spira and all these guys. And every time I watch your videos, I sometimes had like this glimpse, or like this, yeah, this guy is right, he's right. But at the same time, he's like a arrogant motherfucker, in a way. But still, every time I come back to you, like after month and month, and you are right, I feel like, because I'm still hiding in this spiritual thing, like, okay, if I follow these other guys, I can hide in
If you
this.
follow the what?
The other guys, like this Advaita thing.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, it's like I can hide there. And you show to really stand up, or for me, like to really stand up and showing this perverted asshole, or like being it, and this is fine. Because, yeah, I see this in myself as well. And I'm just done with this fear, like, for what? It doesn't make sense. And yeah, and there is a seriousness. This is like, it's so serious. It's about life and death serious. It's like, and actually I'm running away from this.
Yeah. Well, it's just a perceived fear of death and life or death, because this is another thing. It's like this natural wisdom begins to undermine your own delusions and your own fears, but in a way that doesn't have to always be confronting. It doesn't always have to be like an intense choice point. Like, okay, this is what I'm scared of, this is my fear, and I'm going to breach through it, I'm going to dismantle it, it can, and often does, just naturally lift from you. Like, to where it's not even, it's almost like you don't even have to face the fear. Yeah, you have to be present and acknowledge that the fear is there, but you can bypass, in a true way, not in a suppressive way or avoidant way, you can bypass the need to process what you're afraid of, like to bring yourself to the edge and decide whether to take the leap or not, the leap of faith or the freedom or whatever. If you're just chilling when the fear arises, you gain confidence in freedom. And as you gain confidence in freedom, the thing that believes in the thing that seems fearful stops believing in the thing that seems fearful. So then it's like the fear just lifts. And this has been my consistent experience over the last 2 decades, is that I'll look back like 2 years later, and the thing that I used to fear so much, I just can't find it anymore. Now, some things I've attacked head on during my journey and like gone deeply into it. What is it made of? Where does it come from? Okay, I'm done with this. Fuck this. I'm going to jump past this. Bam, no more. Not tolerating the fear anymore. I've done that too. Plenty of that. And not saying you should. I'm just saying I have done that. You don't need to do that, but I have done that as part of all my psychological inner experiments. But what I've noticed so often is that substantial fears, like core fears, fear of death, fear of ridicule, fear of losing a loved one, fear of being cheated upon, fear of abandonment, these sort of the big ones of humanity, right? Every year or so, if I would look back upon myself a year prior, I noticed that I just couldn't quite access that fear anymore. It's like, wait, am I still afraid of death? Let me check. Am I just fooling myself? I can't quite find the fear of death. So I look a little bit more. It's like, okay, maybe if it happens in a really gruesome way or something, then I have a little hesitation, but I'm not afraid of death, I think. So I would check like that periodically and be like surprised that without really trying to dismantle or face the fear of death, just through my conviction in truth, just through my lens clearing up, due to awakening, the fear just becomes nonsensical. So you can free yourself from fear without having to sort of attack your fears. And it's a very gentle, loving way, and it works for almost everyone. And it has less risk involved. Because sometimes if you're not well equipped psychologically and you push yourself too much, it can backfire a little bit. You can go a little, whatever, a little cuckoo for a while. Or just like put too much pressure on your system. But everyone can chill the fuck out. There's no fear in that.
Yeah, I just see myself having this, all this fear and being. I just see myself interacting with people, and I feel like I'm so
Say that again. Fear with people.
with people, and when I interact with people, I feel like so cringe sometimes.
Cringe. Nice.
Yeah, in a way,
Yeah.
and like 10 years ago or something, it wasn't like this. So I had my structure, I had my who I am, and I'm cool guy and whatever. And now there's nothing to. There's no structure to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel, the fear's getting more and more. And there's still a part who wants to get rid of the fear, I would say.
So in that scenario where you're with people and you feel awkward or cringe because you don't have a egoic structure, that's like, this is who I am, I know what I know, I do what I do, I'm good at this, I'm not good at that, and so without that structure of definitions, without that illusion of descriptions about yourself, you do know who you are, right? Just instinctively, without thoughts. You just know, there's just a sense of you, just this deep, inner, stable sense of being you. So the next time you're in a social setting like that, just emphasize that. Just recognize that. Because it's still the same sort of ego tendency that feels awkward. It's still itself a description that wants, it's a fake structure that wants that sort of energy to be clear and for you to be perceived in a certain way and all that. But when you no longer have the dense structures that you used to, and your identity becomes more awake, free, and therefore within form it becomes more fluid and flexible. There might still be that tendency of, okay, you're noticing there's an awkwardness. Maybe people are curious, like who you are, or they're sensing you out, but you don't have anything to offer them because anything is not real. So you're not like, you can't play their game, basically. Their level of structures, you can't fit in. It's no longer your puzzle piece. So there's this little gap in the puzzle. Go ahead.
Yeah, and sometimes going back into structure is like the safe space, which is actually not true, but it's like the old safe place.
Yeah.
Because they see me like this, but I don't know it's not real.
Great. So, but if you just notice your deeper feeling of what you are, even though that is just the presence of your being, actually that is the strongest structure. You can view it as a structure. But it's a structure that it's the very fundamentals, it's the very foundation of the entire conversation that's happening in that room. It includes all these people. It includes all the versions you could possibly be, all the ways you can possibly shapeshift, role play, express, meet them where they're at, whatever it might be. But for you, there's less and less a need to get something out of the dialogue or to be this person that has this confusion, da. So as you continue to rest as the basis of being, the foundation of awareness, then yes, you become more formless, but you also, that formlessness is not without structure or stability. It is its own structure. I mean, it's the primary structure of creation. So you, by resting in being, what you're doing then in that moment, when there's still a slight need to be validated or to be like, not to be weird or not to be too awkward or not to cause this, awkwardness. I love social awkwardness. Like, it's one of my favorite things. To just sit in a group of people and notice the awkwardness rise and rise and rise. And you just see the minds are just like squirming and looking for structure, like you were saying, looking for something. And so especially with me, that happens more often than with other people, I suppose, because, and I can cloak this, I can shield this so that it doesn't overwhelm people. But if I do allow myself to just be formless, then that squirming increases because people sense this intuitively and they don't know where to land with me. They don't feel projections. They don't feel any grasping. They don't feel anything they can hold on to. And so then what do you talk about? The weather? You just feel stupid. If if you're in the, I love talking about the weather, by the way, it's fine. Please talk about the weather. But if you're, if you're faced with just pure empty presence, and then you don't know what to say, because what are you nothing is gonna feel like you're having a relational dialogue. So that's why I have learned to role play a lot in my life, and to basically to decrease some of that discomfort in the room. But I'm saying this just to let you know, you can fall in love with social awkwardness, it's fine. But what that requires is for you to not be dependent on that game, not to be dependent on their comfort around you, or even your own comfort around them. But if you just notice that you do have a structure to offer, it's the structure of the sense of who you are. What you've always known and sensed in the background is this is my being. This is my unique, individuated expression, extension of God, of being. That provides structure, stability, clarity. If you can, quote unquote, lock onto that by chilling, then you will feel much more comfortable. And you will not be trying to reach for the old structures. And you'll then be able, if you then do take on a form or a structure that someone can relate to, it's for them. It's to not fry their circuits too much, so to speak.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm experiencing. Like sometimes I go back to the structure because of them, because it's like I don't have the guts to stand on my own in a way.
I wouldn't say that. I think it's just something you haven't really explored yet too much. You just haven't tried it out yet too much. I wouldn't make that assertion. I would surprise myself. You'd be surprised. Next time you have this experience, just rest in your confidence. The structureless confidence of the basic structure of being. Just try it out. You'd be surprised. And especially what will also really help with this, and it helps with every emotionally charged situation, is to really see, and again, the mind doesn't understand this, so this has to sort of come intuitively. You just have to take it on faith, and then you can faith it till you make it, till it becomes experiential. And that is the perception itself, so the social awkwardness in the room, for instance, in this case, but it could be anything, but the social awkwardness, the vibration of that, the sensation of that, the image of that, the thought of that, the whole perception of it does not have its own nature. It doesn't have an independent existence. The room, the people in the room, the conversations, the awkward vibrations, nothing in your perception exists outside of your awareness. You didn't walk into a room. The walk appeared within a consciousness. Change, motion, all these illusions are cleverly, intelligently set up structures within consciousness that enable that perception. But the room isn't real out there. It only exists as perception of consciousness. Everything that's happening, the awkwardness, doesn't exist apart from your freedom, from this free awareness. So actually, the perception of awkwardness, the feeling of social awkwardness and discomfort is freedom. That's why you can also chill as anxiety. You see, because anxiety isn't a thing that you're aware of. Again, the mind won't get this. You just gotta let it go past your mind filters. It will become more obvious with practice. And this is what we're talking about when we speak of oneness. Indivisibility, unity. How can I and this hand or this wall or this conversation be the same thing? You'll never figure that out with your senses or with your linear mind. So you might as well just accept that you will never know this for sure with your senses and your mind, and just try it on, just to have some faith in it. Maybe I'm telling you something that's true. Maybe not, but give it a shot. Just let it pass through the mind and just try it on. What if the voice that you're hearing is inseparable from the awareness that hears it? What if social awkwardness in the room is inseparable from this infinite depth, this peaceful I amness, within which, by which it is known? If I produce a sound over here, you already have the assumption that it's happening over here. You have the assumption that you are inside of a body, and that at about 10 to 20 to 30 meters of your body, a sound is existing. You assume that this sound exists, that it has its own independent existence. But ask yourself, where does your sense of your body, so right now, the feeling of your body, the sound, and the imagined image, the mentally projected image of distance, that the sound is happening over here, combined with how the sound sounds, that you've learned to interpret as distance, all of that, the sense of the body, the sound, and the projection that it's over here, where do all of these meet? Yes, you. In me, in I am. The sound, no matter how far the sound seems to have traveled, that distant place that you're seeing with your eyes and hearing with your ears and projecting as distance, that is also a perception. And where does perception happen? In what? In awareness. You've never met a mountain outside of awareness. You've never heard a sound outside of awareness. You've never been socially awkward outside of awareness. Awareness is perfect peace, freedom, joy, bliss, happiness, ease, like space. Therefore, the perception of awkwardness is total peace, perfection, bliss, joy, ease. If you just chill and you stop defining it as all these separate objects that you have to dance around as this object, you just let it all be equal. Then suddenly, it's like a unified, inseparable oneness, space, wisdom is activated, and you're free of whatever you thought was there. And now, the display of social awkwardness becomes quite entertaining, because it cannot touch you anymore. You can still feel it. You can still feel socially awkward. Doesn't mean you don't ever feel anything anymore, emotionally or anything like that. I can feel things. I can read a room. So doesn't mean you don't feel it. It just means that it's all freed up. It's all revealed to be flawless. And that's when an intelligence begins to inspire everything about you. Everything. Not just certain inspirational thoughts. No, everything. Every single second. Every second. Everything you do. Everything you think. All your reasons for being and becoming. Everything about you starts to become informed by the field. How's your fear?
Still there. Yeah, I feel stable, and still my view is kind of not clear in a way. And yeah, there's this, I don't know, this like a shock face, I feel like.
A shock face?
Yeah, like tension, like you know. And I can't hide it.
Great. So can you just rest nakedly in awareness?
Yeah.
So you let it be, and you're like the naked space of this room. And by naked, I just mean you don't put anything on top of it, right? So it's just clear, empty, naked, bare, knowing. That which hears my voice right now doesn't need to be covered up with assumptions. You can just let it rest in spacious, empty freedom. Just be with God as it is, and then your fear also becomes more like space. Do you notice?
Yes, but there's still this, people shouldn't see this.
People shouldn't see what?
My weakness.
Cool. So same thing. It doesn't matter what shows up. So now you can chill with that. means to not give it any meaning. You just relax with it. Just let it be a pocket of space inside of a larger space of being. So that feeling of people shouldn't see this weakness, that's just another configuration of nothingness. So if you chill, you relax, then that too becomes a non-issue. It just becomes part of the tapestry, part of the dream. But it doesn't have a real nature, therefore it doesn't have power over you. It's just part of your field. It's part of your awareness. It's not another object that can attack your awareness. The feeling of vulnerability is not an object that can attack the subject. The feeling of vulnerability, exposure, fear, are feelings made up of awareness. They're part of your field. They cannot affect the field. They can shape the field, but they cannot affect the field's existence. You see? So just rest with that. Keep chilling.
Okay. Yeah. So in this, but then if I interact with people, and this comes up, this is there, this shock face, I would say, or like this showing the fear. Then it's getting cringe.
Yeah. So then rest. There's never an excuse. There's never a reason, there's never a valid reason not to chill. Never. Now, you might want to take physical actions if there's an emergency or something, but that's also not a reason not to chill. You can run your ass off to get the fire extinguisher and chill. There is no good reason not to chill, not to be like space, not to be aware of awareness. It will only make your movements more accurate, because otherwise you collapse into these thoughts, contracted identity. You start to filter wisdom through your own thinking. Should I do this? Should I do that? Fear, stifles you. But if you stay open, you stay constantly open, boom, boom, boom. Then if you need to run your ass off for something, you'll do it with much more grace. And joy and freedom and clarity and precision and timing. Okay?
Okay, so I chill during my body isn't chilled at all.
You chill. Yes,
All right.
yes. When the body is not chill, you chill with not being chill. It's always paradoxical, but that's the thing you want to get. Nothing in your experience matters when it comes to your freedom. Nothing. That's the thing. There is not a single excuse or reason against freedom. None. The gentleman with the purple.
Hi.
Hello.
My question is, what is your take on Jesus Christ? Because in the Bible, he's claiming that he's the way, life, and truth, and that nobody would come to the Father but by him.
Yes.
How do you put that into a context of knowing God?
Oh, this is extremely simple, and it can piss off some Christians. Any Christians in here? Like devout Christians? Okay, cool. So then we're safe. We're safe, Dave. We should be good. It's very, very simple if you understand what Jesus identified himself with. When you say I, or your sister says I, or your neighbor says I, that means something to you. When Jesus says I, he's talking about the I am itself, because that was his predominant sense of being, his identity. So he was identified as the greater I am. The same thing I've been guiding you guys into. So now, the statement, I am the way, is very easy to understand. It's just what I've been telling you all day. I am is the way. Recognize I am. So when he says the way is through me, same, me is just another word for I am. Because he wasn't talking as a person. So, but then, it would have been nice if he had clarified this a little bit. Could have. In retrospect, he agrees. Yeah, I give it. But he had and also some of his teachings have gotten lost and so on. But a lot of the way that the Bible is set up and stuff, it's a lot of parables. It's a lot of like, interpret whatever you want kind of thing. Not quite, but it's close to that. Like people can interpret, and then depending on their time, their context, their culture, they're going to interpret that. But the basic misunderstanding, especially with quotes like that, from the people's side, is that they view him as a person. He didn't see himself as a person. He didn't consider himself to be the body. So now when a Christian takes that literally, the way to the Father is through me, I am the way, they are thinking it's somehow through this body and mind of an individual, Jesus Christ. So, the statement, I am the way, just add a little is sign, like an equal sign. I am is the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure. Yeah, front row. Hello. Welcome.
I really just wanted to say that I thank you for all of those teachings that you give. And I found that when you actually apply the practice, and it's easy to forget when you're not that practiced, but then when you actually apply it and abide in that state that you talk about, then basically all of those questions disappear in a way. And that's a nice place to be in. And also, I'd like to really thank you for being a powerful example of what it means to be really integrated, not just like a spiritual person or like a normal person, but all of our experience and what's relevant to us and everything that we deal with and all the things that we would deny usually. You offer a way to integrate this and see the beauty in all of it. So I was really inspired by it, and yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much. So I knew this early on, that when I began to realize that what I was looking for was here regardless of form, regardless of expression, regardless of mental purity, regardless of emotional purity, and so on, I knew immediately that part of my calling would be to exemplify that, because it was such a myth in the seeking industry that I was in, not industry, but like culture, I guess. The, spiritual enlightenment seeking culture is so heavily invested in these concepts, as was I, until I realized that it was already here. And then I just knew instantly that this is what people need to hear. At least it's an aspect of what people need to hear, see, be confirmed, to give themselves permission to know that they're already perfect. Because that's the starting ground, that's the beginning. It's not the end, that's the beginning. When you know. Knowing perfection is the beginning of awakening. So to at least get people to the beginning of awakening, which we often project as the end of awakening, is very important, I think, for our well-being. So thank you for noticing. Gentleman in the back.
Hello, Bentinho. Do you hear me? No. Now.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. My question is it's about the ego structure or the structure of the character or something. Do you think there is a point that people give you an offer how they see you and you can accept it and act about their perception of you? Or do you think it's your whole responsibility to act in your, I would say, authentic way. So I imagine people come to you and see in you the spiritual teacher. And my question is, do you feel the offer and how you deal with the offer? So do you reject the offer, or do you like, oh, okay, maybe I act on it, or yeah, how?
Great. Wow. Nice question. So, yeah, you're basically asking about shape-shifting, right? Like playing the role or accepting what they expect, what they can recognize.
Yeah, for example, with family, there are certain persons who see you in a certain way.
Mhm.
And it's like sometimes that I grab this information, put it here, and act on them, act on the information I get, or what I think they think about me, or who I am.
Yeah. And so I can talk about this, but first a question, can you share where you are coming from when you accept that role?
Yes, I would
What's your
say-
intention or reasoning?
Yes. I mean,
Like
yeah,
why?
I think it's about if I act on the perception they have about me, I get loved.
Say again?
If I act on the perception this person have of me because they already think this is Johannes,
Yeah.
for example, I get the love that I need.
Cool.
For example, you know what I mean?
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, and we do this all the time, right? So this is sort of like automatic shape-shifting. Like you're not the same with your partner as you are with your neighbor, as you are with your dog. You're probably most authentic with your dog, but maybe your partner too, if they're here. Okay, so are you asking about that principle, how it applies to you, or were you asking about how it applies to me? I wasn't quite clear on that.
Yeah, I want to know your thoughts. How you deal with this offer. You
Personally.
are Bentinho, you are the spiritual teacher. This is
Yeah.
And do you reject that offer, or do you just stay in non-duality, or like what's happening inside you when you get that offer?
Sweet.
Because people have like offers like that, I would say.
Yeah. I do both. So initially, earlier on, I would have an aversion against it. That was my sort of initial curve with this, was like especially any kind of sort of devotion that people would express or pedestalization, I would sometimes even make a point to not, I would avoid it, or I would whatever. But it was still coming from a contraction within me, some belief system. Over the years, I have accepted all these different projections that people have, and I've even become appreciative of the power that can have for someone. It's just a delicate matter, but if someone is genuinely devoted, as long as they don't have too many distorted ideas around that or actions around that, but if they want to use me as a symbol for their devotion or surrender to God, then over the years, I started to feel like it was artificial for me to try to shut that down. Because for some people, that's a genuine path towards opening up to their own knowingness. So it's a case-by-case basis for me. Usually I just don't indulge. I don't say yes or no to anything, energetically speaking. Unless something is really distorted, then depending on relevance of the situation, I might clarify that, help them release that distortion. But if it's just a heartfelt sense of thank you, and like, I use you as a permission slip to feel better about myself and to awaken and so forth, then I no longer see any reason to shut that down out of some kind of concept that that's always bad or that that's always distorted.
Because you feel that is true to you. So for example, if somebody sees you as an egoistic asshole and you don't have the perception of yourself like that, that you would reject because it doesn't, it's very far away from how you see yourself. So what if somebody come to you with a perception that is really far from your teachings or from your spiritual mission?
I don't accept or reject it in either direction. So are you asking about if I accept it within myself, like where it becomes part of my self-image? If so, definitely not. But either way, whether someone is completely, expressing some kind of a devotion or like putting me on a pedestal and misidentifying that as a physical body, then I do not accept that internally. I may not shut it down externally. It depends on what the field instructs me to do in that moment, essentially. I just stay open. I don't accept or reject. I don't go anywhere. Then the field wobbles. Someone comes in. They have this heavy projection. They pedestalize me. It's quite rare that that happens to that extent, but let's say that happens. Then just by staying open, the field will respond in a skillful way through me. Either it will not say anything and just energetically it will balance it out, or something will be spoken to help balance that out. And if someone thinks I'm an egotistical asshole, which is still quite positive compared to what some people think, then I do not accept or reject. I don't need to. So I just rest. I just chill.
Okay, last thing that I want to add is like that I, during the talk and also during the comment from him, I felt that when I'm going to social situations and interactions, there's already a role that is forming before I go into the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go out of my car, sitting in the cafe and playing this shit. And this is what I just experienced while you talk. And I just wonder, what if I go into an interaction pure, without like, this is my role and this person sees me like that, so I should act like that today. Yeah. And this
Great. Well, it sounds like you're already brushing up against this next level for you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, obviously, you wouldn't have this inquiry. So that's a great signal for your next level chilling and authenticity, because when you chill, also it comes with an authenticity. Like I was saying, the structure of your beingness will then become your foundation for interacting. Now, there's a couple of things about this particular type of scenario that you guys are talking about, and you know, is like, for instance, I almost always play a role wherever I am. And I've accepted that that is part of, doesn't mean I go overly fake anything or lie or anything like that. It's just that I will adjust my energy patterns. I will adjust how I speak, how my facial expressions come across, and so on. So like a chameleon or mirror, I will do that. At some level, that doesn't feel comfortable on my system still. At the same time, it doesn't affect the freedom at all. But on a energetic level, relatively, there will be the information of that game is being played. So it's not a sustainable, it's not where I would build my house. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's not where you want to live all the time. So there is two aspects to this. One is be as authentic as you can be. And through that, you will find where you want to build your house. And so this might mean that some relationships just don't work for you anymore, long term. Now, you can still stay on friendly terms, but it's not where you want to build your home. And you can take your time with that. Again, it's not like you have to face your fears, you have to make a decision right now and say, I never want to see you again because whatever, we're different. That's not what I'm suggesting. But over time, as you naturally keep chilling out and you get in touch with your organic structure of being, your authentic presence of being, then it will naturally show who is and isn't compatible with that energy. And you don't want to be living together or traveling together all the time or working together all the time with people that are not able to sort of meet that, at least to a fairly high level. Now, that being said, there's nothing wrong in meeting people where they're at deliberately, but you want to see, okay, am I doing it to serve them, or am I doing it out of fear for discomfort or awkwardness? But if you just keep chilling with the awkwardness, if you keep chilling with the contraction of, oh, if I'm not playing into the Johannes role they expect of me, they'll be uncomfortable, they'll think weird things about me, I'll be uncomfortable. If you can let that whole display just be part of the dream field, the indestructible dream field of consciousness itself, just part of the beingness, not making it wrong or right, then you can play that role deliberately. And it's a very intuitive process. We all do it. If someone expects this of you, you kind of just, you become that shape. It's a subliminal thing. We constantly abuse ourselves and each other in this way. Usually we call it a relationship or love. So I expect things of you, you expect things of me, and so we start to shape together like that. And then we call that unity or whatever. I'm being a bit morbid here, but you get the idea. We're doing this all the time, but the more awake you are, the more conscious you are, the more you can allow that to happen for service. But then you still would be very unlikely to choose that as your permanent condition. So I don't go into busy cities very often, for instance, because I have to cloak myself. I have to willfully cloak myself too much, otherwise I'll end up dead, literally. So it sounds a bit dramatic, but I really do think it's true. So I don't spend too much time in dense urban environments. And when I do visit with people that don't understand me, or that aren't able to just be, basically what I was saying, if you're uncomfortable with just being, then, which almost everyone is to some degree, then we're not compatible to be living together. It just wouldn't be wise. It wouldn't be a smart decision. But an act of service can definitely consist of you playing a role to speak their language they can understand, something to be something they can recognize in that moment, especially if you're not doing it for your own comfort, but you're doing it just because you love them, naturally. The beingness, the field, sees the oneness and extends a hand. It just naturally happens like that. So it's neither good or bad. It's just the mechanic of different energies blending, trying to meet each other and stuff. But the more restful you are, the more awake you are, the more you can use it, or it can use you consciously from wisdom. Then it becomes an act of service. And then you can still purify, where am I myself uncomfortable with the discomfort? Can I become completely okay with this socially awkward moment? And if you are, then you know, okay, there's no emotional reaction to the discomfort. Now you can utilize it as an act of service. But then, again, that you wouldn't want to have around you all the time just because it's organically incompatible.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sweet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the chilling talk. I wanted one clarification. If my understanding is correct, that means I am not the dreamer, I am not the dream person in the dream, rather I am the dreamer. And the freedom is realizing that I am not the dream person, rather the dreamer, and I was always the dreamer. And if that is true, meaning then I as a person will never be free, but I should be free of the person itself. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, it's a description, but yes, it's an accurate description. The way to do that is to release all descriptions and to be awake in the awake space itself. And then all of these descriptions, the things you describe, become organic experiential truths. And only then is it genuinely freeing and awakening, which is, it is already the case. So that's true. You've always been the dreamer. The dreamer as more like a field than the character in the dream, exactly. right? So the character in the dream, as well as the other characters in the dream, are part of the dreamer as a field. If you see the I am or the consciousness as a field, it's not exactly a field, but it's easy to picture it that way, and it's accurate enough. It's close enough, space or field. It's accurate enough as a symbol. Consciousness kind of is like a field that includes all perceptions, like the dreamer's mind. So yeah, you can say you've always been the dreamer's mind, which has dreamed the little dream character going about its business. And one way to really check this, as I often mention, is, have you ever wondered why you can hear in your dreams without ears? Like, how do you do that? How can you see in your dream without eyes? You don't have real eyes in your dream, right? How can you see? How can you touch without skin? How can you taste in your dream without a tongue, without taste buds? Because it's all a dream, right? So, how can you hear without ears? How come all the senses work without senses? And then wonder the same about your waking dream. Maybe I think I see because of the eyes. Maybe I think I hear because of the ears. But there's no proof for this. Seems like there is, but there is no direct evidence for this. All you know is that you're aware of what you've been taught to call sound, taught to call sight, and then it's been described as coming through the ears, coming through the eyes, and so on. But you don't know that. That's not your direct experience, never has been. That's just a description you read about in a book, and your mind made a picture of it. But in your immediate experience, all you know is awareness, and sound and sight are perceptions in this awareness. They're collapsed in this awareness, like the dream in the dreamer. So yes, the character, the body, the ears, the eyes, the distance, all that is part of the dreaming consciousness.
Just a follow-up. So is there a connection between that dreamer and the dream personality? Or is it equally connected to all?
Nice. It's an expression. It's an expression of the vibrations that live at a subtler level of that consciousness. Call it soul, call it whatever. But yes, the way that you choose to be and express, and the themes you're learning, that you're exploring and learning about in this particular lifetime dream, are reflections, symbolizations, expressions, manifestations of subtler, more abstract ideas and balances that you're working with. So this is a vehicle to balance certain things out, to learn certain lessons, to have certain degrees of awakening while you're expressing. And also to serve, also to be of service. It's not all about you learning. It is also about giving to the shared field unique, quote-unquote, codes or frequencies that you're here to give, radiate, share, to further help balance out the entire field of this collective. Like I said, there's fields within fields within fields, so beyond that there's our solar system field, and then all on and on and on. It's like a fractal. But what we think of as our physical individual life is immediately expressive of what we as a soul are currently, what's our next level. And usually we will pick an incarnation. We'll design an incarnation, a dream, in other words, around what our edge is at that point, what we are working with, what is our next level, what will take us to that next level of balance, clarity, awakening, and so forth. So that will determine the way the character looks, where it grows up, what it experiences in early childhood, what its strengths and weaknesses are, and all these things.
Okay. So this consciousness is the stuff of the universe.
The stuff?
Stuff like.
Stuff.
Yeah, like the dreamer is the stuff of the personality, like it's
Correct.
the mind. So
yes.
This consciousness is the stuff, like everything is.
Yeah, in truth, in absolute truth, in my experience, there is no stuff. Stuff is also an illusion. But I get what you're saying in terms of a substrate or a substance.
Yeah.
What is the nature of everything? It is consciousness.
Okay, got it.
At least in my book. You don't have to accept this, but that's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
You can give the mic to the woman next to you or behind. Yeah.
Hi. Bentinho, thank you so much for your teachings.
You're welcome.
Really. I don't know, I want to realize the absolute. and I had some experience with that. But I want to really buy into nothing, you know? Nothing. And sometimes I don't quite get it.
You don't quite get?
To don't buy into nothing. Like, sometimes I buy into illusions, and I'm like, I was there. Why am I
So
here?
I'm always trying to make the questions relevant for everyone at least to some degree, while still answering your question, because it's in a group setting. But this is a relevant sort of mechanic to understand, is that right now you see what you see, right? You are aware of what you're aware of. Whatever you're conscious of is what you're conscious of. And you can imagine that there is sort of subtler levels behind that of your perception that you're not quite noticing. Sometimes we call them blind spots or unconscious assumptions. These form the context for whatever you experience inside of the context. They're like this stage. You've been focused on me most of the time. You've hardly recognized the stage, right? So you see what you see consciously, but then there's a subconscious or unconscious stage that do shape this talk, because if the shape was different, I'd be positioned differently, for instance. So the context does affect the contents. But whatever you're currently aware of, you have free will as to whether or not to buy into that. And that's the start of that awakening. So you notice your next thought that you are aware of, which might be the contents on the stage of your subconscious assumptions. So whatever you can be aware of that, and then recognize, rest in the awareness that's aware of it. Just let it sort of dissolve into that awareness. Then what happens is your perception refines. This is why I say it's the start of the journey to find this intrinsic perfection, this awareness here and now, is to start. Because now what begins to happen is there's a refinement in consciousness or refinement in perception that happens. It is a little bit like you start to zoom out as you become more formless, and you start to notice these subtler parameters, the subtler blueprints, the subtler thoughts and assumptions and beliefs that shaped the more conscious and visible aspects of your life. So you could roughly say, okay, you go from conscious to subconscious to unconscious to superconscious through that process, kind of like peeling onions layers. So when you say you have a desire to realize the absolute, and that sometimes you don't get it, or you don't get what you're buying into, it's because there are certain subtle assumptions that are hiding just outside of your field of perception right now. They're just too subtle to notice. You notice I'm talking, you notice your thoughts, you notice emotions and feelings, but there's subtler assumptions that you have right now. Like right now, you assume you're on planet Earth. It's not active, it's not part of the contents, but it's part of the context for your experience. It's not necessarily true. But that's an assumption that you're not aware of. Or that there's gravity, for instance, is another assumption that you're aware of, that you're not aware of. But it plays a role. Does that make sense? You also assume right now that there will be a tomorrow. You're not conscious of that, but it is affecting how your formlessness is currently collapsed into a feeling state, an identity. Make sense? So, okay, that's kind of the mechanics of it. Now, if you want to realize the absolute, which is just beyond awareness itself, then that really is about the final layer. It's the all-encompassing layer of awareness itself, or the dreamer. It is the waking up from the dreamer, not just lucid dreaming. So that's not something I'm going to teach here today.
I know.
Sorry.
That's fine.
But it's possible. And then we're talking about infinity, pre-awareness or pre-being, from where even the being awareness, the awareness beingness emerged, that then formed the basis of this particular creation. That now everything we experience is made of that stuff of aware being, but there's something beyond that final original stuff of aware being, which is infinity itself, source itself, the absolute. And that can be realized, paradoxically, even though it's not an experience, because an experience implies it's within awareness. So it's not an experience in any typical sense, but it can be realized. Again, I'm not going to instruct that right now, but I hope this helps enough.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Gentleman behind you, in the back.
Hello. Thank you for sharing your awareness with us. So if everything is awareness, that means you, me, and everyone in this room is knowingly or unknowingly is awakened and complete and free.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
So what my question is, so if all the bad things happening in the world and the good things happening in the world, like the wars and the festivals, it's a rise and falls within the awareness.
What's the last part you said?
Rise and falls within the awareness, because everything is awareness, right? So everything that is happening in the world is happening within the awareness.
Mm-hmm.
So
This
my
is true.
question is, so by recognizing the oneness, we can still be a Christian, or like any other religion, we can still practice that because it is happening within the awareness.
Yeah, what's your exact question? I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, my question is that if everything is awareness, so even if we are miserable or happy, we are doing everything well or bad or sad, so everything is happening within the awareness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if we practice Christianity or we believe in Jesus or not believe in Jesus, being an atheist or any other religion, so we all are doing it in the right way because everything is within the awareness. We just need to recognize that.
Yes. I mean, I don't even make value judgments in terms of is anyone doing it in the right way or not, but absolutely I would want to give you my permission to feel that everyone is doing it in their right way, in terms of it is essentially perfect.
Yeah, and the other thing is, so if we are like awareness, then the only thing is that we are like completely perfect and just be the human that we are and just do the, like whatever the fuck we are doing and without giving much fuck about it. So just do the things that we do without trying to be conscious or anything. Is that the ultimate freedom?
Well, if you want to continue to be unconscious, then...
I mean, if everything is awareness, then...
Sorry?
If everything is awareness, then there is much difference between, like non-duality.
Everything is awareness, but would you like to know that or not?
I can only feel it.
So
Truly understand it.
So what are you trying to make a case for?
No, I'm not trying to make a case. I'm saying is many people in the world are trying to achieve something, like trying to be awakening through Jesus or through atheism or through spirituality. And what if we are like totally complete and whatever we are doing right now is correct?
It's inseparable from awareness, but that doesn't mean it's an optimal journey. It doesn't mean it's consciously recognized. It doesn't mean it's in harmony with the whole. It doesn't mean anything besides it's made of awareness.
Yeah, I have this feeling that, the awareness that is me and whatever the will I have is within the awareness. So I choose this body to feel all the emotions that I feel right now on this earth. So whatever sad I am or depressed I am or happy I am, that means I am already, complete within all the miserables and all the sadness.
I missed a few words.
Okay.
What do you want to know? What would you like me to tell you? What's the confirmation you seek?
Yeah, what I'm seeking is...
Because it sounds like you've made up you have a sense of something, which may be true, but the way you're phrasing the question vibrationally is you just want me to confirm something so you can walk away. It's almost what it feels like. Like, okay, I got it, bye. That's all I wanted to have validated. So what would you like me to validate?
I'm just asking that this free will of awareness and the
Yes.
free will of us, that is one and the same.
Yes.
So whatever we are doing right now is also become the free will of awareness.
Yes.
So that means like whatever we are doing right now is correct, right?
Doesn't mean
Whatever
it's,
we are doing.
what does correct mean? It doesn't mean that. Like anytime your mind says therefore this or that, you're lost.
Yeah, so that
So
means,
if I say everything is perfect awareness, and your mind goes, therefore, I can do whatever I want, you're lost. Or if I say everything is awareness, therefore, whatever is the therefore, you're making a connection that isn't true. Right? It's another story. So just be mindful of that for your own sake. So okay, everything is free awareness or free will.
yeah, so that means if I want to meditate, I can meditate.
If you want to meditate, you can meditate.
And
Correct.
if I don't want to meditate, I don't want to meditate.
Very
so
good.
it's basically meaning like you just need to like chill about everything in life.
But you're what are you asking for? You see, you have a problem with something. No, I don't mean this in a negative way,
yeah.
but you have a contraction around something.
I just want to confirm that the free will that we have and the free will of the awareness is one and the same.
The free will of awareness and the free will of the individual is one and the same?
Yeah.
It is one and the same in essence. But again, it feels like you're setting me up.
No.
So to where you can write an article like 2 months from now and say, I did this and this and this and this in my life because Bentinho said everything is awareness.
No, I'm writing about all this for like myself in my diaries for like many years. Then I came to know about your program. I attended it. So I want to like need this clarification only because when we have a bad situation in life, then we blame it on God, okay, because it's the destiny. And then it stops us from taking the actions, good or bad. So I want to clarify just like, is the free will that we have right now becomes the free will of awareness and it is like interconnected?
The nature of free will is awareness. Awareness itself, by definition, because it's aware, it can choose, it can decide, it can know, and so on and so forth. Those are the facets of awareness. So free will and awareness are essentially synonymous. Now, whatever your mind comes up with, that you then choose to identify with and be contracted through, that you then choose to think you want this or want that or should do this or should do that, that its nature is still awareness. But you have, in a sense, created another level of free will inside of your wise free will that then will do whatever it thinks it has to do. Now, it's made of perfect awareness. That's what it's made of.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that what it's doing is optimal.
Yeah, so eventually what we end up doing became in awareness itself, right?
What we end up doing?
Yeah, like we have the choices, we made a choice.
Yes.
So eventually it will become within the awareness itself.
Sorry, I don't get your question.
Yeah, so we have, for example, there is one accident on the road. And
an accident on the floor?
Accident on the road.
Who did that?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming. So if it's the awareness doing, or then we have the choice to help that person or to ignore it. So is it that my individual awareness or the universal awareness, which is doing that, or it's all the same?
They coexist. Different recursions, different levels, different fractals of the same essence. So it depends on what level you're talking about. But again, you're asking for something else. You're just trying to get there through a confirmation of a concept you have in your mind. But you want to feel something. And it sounds to me like what you're looking for is relief. It's like a validation that all is well, that you're good.
that there is no non-dualistic, only oneness. That's what I like. What you're saying is partly correct, because I usually get confused with there is, when something happens, there is like free will of the awareness, which is taking you to this point, then you're making choices and you end up in somewhere.
Okay, I love you so much. You are perfect. And for the sake of the event, I'm going I'm going to move on to another
Okay, thank
question. Okay. What time do we end? In 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, all right. Hello, sir. But you have free will. Use it wisely.
Hi.
By chilling. Hello.
Yeah. Maybe a short dive back into the shit show. And this is about perception I have, and that's maybe...
Hold the mic a little closer.
That's a perception that I often have, and that's maybe we have two things which are maybe both on the same coin. One is something that you have recently said in your teachings, that sometimes it's as if you're playing against an invisible opponent who is playing 3D chess with you, and you can do whatever you want, but in the end, the pieces always fly around your ears. That's one side of this coin, and the other one is something which is in the Bible that Jesus said, which is, a camel is more likely to go through the eye of a needle.
It's just hard to hear. I think the mic is booming or something. Can you articulate? Or maybe the speakers aren't in my direction.
It's hard to understand that way.
It's hard to understand what you're saying from over here. So can you repeat that? What did Jesus say?
Pardon me?
What did Jesus say?
A camel is more likely to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. So, and these two things, so where you once said, so sometimes life is as if you're really playing chess against an opponent who... Against an opponent.
Okay.
Opponent.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, you said it right.
Say. And you can do whatever you want, but in the end you always lose. Do you remember this?
I do not.
I think it was a little bit in the context of Ra teachings and Catalyst and something like that. Yeah.
Admitting defeat to your beliefs? Sweet, thanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. And your question?
Yeah, what kind of mind trap is this? And
what kind of mind trap?
Is this a mind trap?
Well, the mind is the trap. So if you stop playing the mind trap, the chess game, you're out, you're free. That's the whole idea. Right?
And even if this is experienced as a realistic perception.
A realistic perception is that there's only infinity.
Is, yeah.
Hmm?
Whatever that is, a realistic perception.
Realistic perception is all there is infinite perfection. That's realistic. Everything else is dualistic and imagined.
Yeah.
But your question is?
I just wanted to know how you,
how I live with myself?
No, what you could say to these two sides of that coin. So.
Okay, which coin? Which two sides? The chess game, and is there a relationship between you extremely paraphrasing my quote and then Jesus' quote?
No, on one side we have the camel that is hardly to go through the eye of the needle.
Yes.
Before a salesman or rich man would enter.
Yeah. So you don't understand what he meant by that, and you're asking for clarification?
No, I just wanted to get your interpretation of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Obviously, it'd be quite difficult for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. So that's the biggest statement there. It's like, okay, what I'm about to say, not me, but Jesus at the end. The message here is that there's something that's really difficult that seems almost impossible to do, which is pull a camel through the eye of a needle. But that's easier, even that seemingly impossible feature is easier than a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Right? That's the quote, no? Roughly. Okay, so it's essentially the fact that it doesn't matter if you have money in your bank account or not. It doesn't mean that if you're rich, it will be difficult to access the kingdom of heaven. It's about this addictive nature that we've talked about today. So the rich man is just a symbol, and it doesn't have to be. You can let go of that idea. But historically, it's been a symbol of greed, of addiction, of acquisition, of being in the world of names and forms, and being attached to the names and the forms, and basically the world of the mind, the world of the gremlin. So someone who is rich in the world, it's very difficult for them, especially if they're attached to that richness, to enter into the kingdom of heaven, which in my terminology is simply to stop, to pause the movie. Another very simple way to say the same thing is, if you really love the movie that you're watching, you're much less likely to pause it than if your movie is not going so great. Right? It's like, I don't like this movie. Pause. But if it's got so much promise to it, so much richness, in the material world, then you're more likely to stay fascinated by it and to not take 2 to 5 seconds of going through the eye of the needle, which is simply the breaking, the cutting through the clouds of the mind, just like a little hole in the storyline, to notice what's not a story, what's just is, the space that's present. So that is the kingdom of heaven. Now the beginnings of it, it unfolds in this beautiful, difficult to explain way, but that is essentially the kingdom of heaven. And the eye of the needle just represents the fact that it's a really narrow path, which is another one of Jesus' quotes, that the path to the kingdom of heaven is straight and narrow. It's very narrow. It's not wide. Many go through the gates that are wide, or the path that are wide, because whatever, it seems so alluring. But the gateway to the kingdom of heaven is very narrow. It's extremely narrow. It's like the eye of the needle. And there's some truth to that, because again, you can do a million different things and actions and thoughts to stay in the world of your dream, but to have a moment of collapse, dream pause, it brings you back to this narrow pathway. So all roads lead to Rome is kind of not true, unless Rome is the rich man's heaven. But if we're talking about the kingdom of heaven, then more and more so, it's just one path. It becomes more and more narrow. Does it make sense? So it's difficult to get a camel through the eye of the needle, but if you're attached, it's even more difficult. So just develop the ability to pause your movie, no matter what's going on. Remember that freedom does not have anything to do with the money in your bank account, what's happening for you tomorrow, what your relationship status is like, what you want or don't want, how you feel or don't feel. Just pause. 2 to 5 seconds is all I'm suggesting you try. And then go live your life however you want. Free will and all. But recognize awareness for 2 to 5 seconds at a time. Give it a real shot. Give it a real chance. And you'll see, it will naturally teach you. Then it's true, you can guide yourself. You don't need me. But at least contact this basis of being over and over and over again. Okay, friends. Thank you so much. See you later.
Can you hear me? So how did it go? Does everybody feel a little more deepened in that freedom? A little more chilled out? Amazing. So if you want more of this, we have a weekend immersive in Amsterdam. It's a 2-day retreat in Amsterdam, August 9th and 10th. I highly recommend it. What you noticed happening here today, I'm sure you noticed many things or some things going over your head. It's hard not to. It's so, some of this is just so advanced or so abstract. So it's common that things will kind of go over your head or not make sense conceptually. But I think everybody felt the shift, the deepening, the more transparency, more freedom. And that comes as a result of just contact, proximity to this. So I highly recommend joining the weekend immersive in Amsterdam if you can make it that far. And even more exciting, in my opinion, is the Croatia week-long Zenith retreat. So that's October 13th to 20th, and we'll be all together on an island resort to deepen in this work. This coming Wednesday, Mesh, who's back there behind the tech desk, and Mark, who's back there with the blue vest, will co-lead a free integration session based on what you learned here today. So if you want to join a free Zoom call in Massaro University, you can attend that free integration session. There's a QR code in your pamphlets, so hang on to your pamphlets because there's a bunch of good stuff in there. But I really recommend this integration class with those two. There's also in your pamphlet, there is a curated segment of the book that Bentinho is going to release soon. So we compiled a few pages from that book and put it together in this curated segment from the Me book. So you can read some of the book that's coming out very soon by Bentinho. And come hang out with us for a few minutes to an hour out in the lobby if you want to hang out with the team. And you can buy a t-shirt if you want. That's all. Thanks, guys.